Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Jiminy Christmas sports fans, buckle your seatbelts, cause I'm about to take you on a wild ride here. And I don't want your, noodle getting blasted against the side of your skull, because this is a lot of information you're going to need to be processing to keep up with the lore. So, yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of you have been keeping up with this as well, but I'm still going to lay out the bare bones of the situation. Yesterday, out of nowhere, there was a statement posted on Lil Tay's Instagram claiming that she has passed away, as well as her brother. Lil Tay is 14 years old, so obviously this was very shocking to hear for a lot of people. It's just an extremely sad situation. Not only did she pass away, but now they've just revealed that the brother has also passed away. Just horrible all around. This was a huge story and just like a complete out-of-nowhere event that caught everyone by surprise. And it also seems a lot of people forgot who Lil Tay was because it's been 5 years since she's been active in the cyberspace. And in internet time, 5 years is ancient history. That shit's going back to like the primordial ooze. Nobody remembers things that happened 5 minutes ago, let alone 5 years. So I'll just go ahead and give you a brief refresher here. Lil Tay was a 9-year-old influencer who blew up in 2018 by posting content of her flexing money. She'd also do tours of mega mansions talking about how she buys them all the time. She'd be in expensive sports cards and say shit like, I don't have a license, but that doesn't mean that I still can't own the goddamn Batmobile. And then she'd do like a fan of money, like she was a magician asking you to pick a card, but the only card there was Benjamin Franklin's. The content was basically just, here's a 9-year-old who's saying absurd things and has a seemingly absurd amount of money. Now, obviously, no 9-year-old is going to really act this way. This was all a persona. But it turns out it wasn't like her idea or anything. It's actually a pretty sad situation. As more details arose here, it turns out the people closest to her were the ones basically controlling her whole life. They gave her this role that she was forced to play. They'd tell her what to do and what to say, and they'd get all of the expensive cars and mansions set up so that way she could go film content in there and flex on everyone so that way they could capitalize off of her viral fame. It's a classic case that we've seen a million times in Hollywood with absolutely degenerate scum using their kids to live vicariously through and make money off of. It's just abhorrent shit, really. Now, obviously, when this news broke, everyone was surprised and upset. However, there was a small number of people who got suspicious because in the past, the Lil Tay Instagram account has actually posted something out of the blue before with some very disturbing allegations. It's since been deleted and buried, but it was enough to at least put it on people's radar as something that maybe requires a little more investigation just to ensure that there's no fishy business or it's not some kind of lie or some hacker pretending to be the family of Lil Tay and making this announcement. So there's a group of people that did some super sleuthing, cosplaying as L from Death Note and just putting together the puzzle pieces, and most notably this included TMZ. So they had been contacting like police departments as well as other organizations just asking if they had any death certificates or records of her passing or her brother's passing, to which they all said no. And eventually, TMZ apparently got in contact with Lil Tay herself directly, who confirmed that it was all a ruse. Her and her brother are very much alive, and all of this hoopla was the result of a hacker getting access to her Instagram. She said, I want to make it clear that my brother and I are safe and alive, but I'm completely heartbroken and struggling to even find the right words to say. It's been a very traumatizing 24 hours. Now, this whole situation is so fucking weird then, because there's actually an even deeper layer here. The question would obviously be, why would a hacker bother doing this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And right now, the leading theory is that it ties into crypto. And let me explain. I actually learned about this from a publication speculating on why this might have even been posted in the first place. So it turns out there is a crypto coin called Lil Tay token, and it's existed for a little while now, though I don't think it's fully released or anything like that. But in the wake of all of this information here with like you fake out that Lil Tay and her brother are dead, People were wondering what the fuck would anyone even gain by making up that lie. So they turned their attention back to the Lil Tay token, and this account is actually pretty active on Twitter. They're denying that this was all a publicity stunt. This is actually spearheaded by someone who has worked closely with Lil Tay in the past. So the theory does hold a bit of water. They wanted to get Lil Tay's name out there in a big way to get a ton of publicity and hype around her. So they went with the Dino Spumoni approach here from Hey Arnold with the fake death thing. And it got everyone talking about Lil Tay, which in turn would get people to talk about Lil Tay token when it drops. Maybe the idea was drum up all of this interest around Lil Tay's name, then this crypto token comes out and people buy it in honor of her memory. And I think that is the stupidest idea ever. If that is actually the root of all of this evil here with this whole situation, that would be a dumber idea than the fucking shake weight. That is so stupid. That would make no sense. There is no logical thought process that would go into someone saying like, man, it really sucks that Lil Tay and her brother passed away so young, that's tragic. And then being like, in order to show support to their memory, I'm going to buy an overpriced crypto shitcoin. That's what they would have wanted. Like, that's just not going to happen. This would never move tokens. This would never sell crypto for them. So I don't really think that's what the whole purpose was, but it's also hard to deny that there is a chance with how degenerate the internet's become that a team might actually try this. So it's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I think one thing is very clear here, though. Lil Tay is surrounded by bad people. They told her everything to say back in 2018, saying awful things, doing garbage shit for the sake of being a viral celebrity so that they could make money off of her. She is surrounded by fucking parasites. The people that she's supposed to be able to trust and rely on most in her life seem to be the ones that are controlling her whole life for their own personal gain financially. It's so sad. But I would like to expand a bit on what I alluded to earlier, where this isn't the first post that's popped up on her account from somebody else about some very disturbing stuff. A couple years ago, there was actually a post on her Instagram talking about how she needs to be saved from her abusive father, and it linked to a GoFundMe page which raised like $17,000, alleging that the father was abusing her and a lot of other really disturbing allegations as well. It was started by her brother and alleges that the father is evil and abusing her and doing everything he can to control all of her money, and it also has like a bunch of pictures as well as evidence. It says that the goal of the GoFundMe is to free her from the life of abuse that she currently lives, and that they're going to be doing everything they can to get her away from the father, and I believe that's through the like court system. But I haven't been able to find any information on that or any updates on the situation at all. There's only one update provided on the GoFundMe, and that was like a week after it launched, where this is what was said. I want to take this time to personally thank everyone that believes the truth and supported Tay even through the conspiracy theories. Please realize the Supreme Court case directly involving a minor is not public information. All documents are sealed and will not show up in the registry. The truth will eventually come out. Chris Hope owes $400K in child support and has stolen millions. Just now speaking about this because I no longer am a minor and now have the right to do so without harming my family legally. All people alleging that I am stealing money through a GoFundMe, please look at the facts, look at the police reports and the abuse. This is a serious situation. I feel like if you raise $17,000 for a situation as serious as this, you would want to keep people updated on what's happening here, and people would want to know. But somehow, this has just flown completely under the radar. I can't find any follow-up to any of these claims or anything that's happened since this GoFundMe. The brother hasn't said anything on it, which is fucking weird. A lot of people apparently accuse this of being a scam, claiming that the brother was taking the money here from the GoFundMe for himself, just pocketing it. And I can see why people would think that, because he hasn't fucking said anything about it. He hasn't given any updates on anything here. It's just been complete radio silence for the last couple of years where no one knows what's going on with this. And that doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you keep people in the loop, especially because it's so serious and people are directly donating to try and do their best to help? The brother of Lil Tay has been a very controversial person since the beginning of Lil Tay's career, where there's a lot of accusations against him for a lot of different things. So the fact that all of this here, the hashtag Save Lil Tay movement, all of it that he was putting out there to try and get some steam behind has just vanished. without a trace from him or anyone else involved here. It's all really weird. So the post out of the blue claiming that both Lil Tay and her brother had died is not the first time that something has popped up on her Instagram out of the blue with some very alarming stuff. So the whole thing is baffling. It's such a weird mess. I don't know why a hacker would take over her Instagram account to make that post, and I also don't see why anyone on her team would make that post either. There's just nothing to be gained from anyone, no matter what angle you spin it. Like, even the crypto angle, assuming that theory is even remotely true, there's nothing to gain there. Like, there's no one wins. Like, nothing makes sense about this situation. So, yeah, it's just been a weird, wild ride here with this whole story that I just wanted to go over. That's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. This is probably the easiest Moist Meter I've ever made. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Absolutely amazing. Just a genuinely incredible film. Mission Impossible is probably the best action franchise ever. Like, it's gotta be in the conversation, if not the #1 spot. This franchise has been cooking for 30 years, and they never miss on the recipes. They're delivering exquisite meals. The cuisine is a delicacy every time a new Mission Impossible rolls around. Fucking Tom Cruise is 61 years old, and he's, like, not geriatric at all. He's still doing all of his own stunts, risking life and limb, putting it all on the line in order to deliver an unforgettable experience, and it shows. The passion here is unlike anything else in the industry. 30 years, and they keep finding ways to get better. That is so rare, especially in Hollywood, where half the time it's just formulaic garbage that's just driveled out for the sake of trying to capitalize off a beloved franchise while putting no effort into it, just absolutely phoning it in. But Mission Impossible, it just wants to just keep going, fucking full throttle and never let off the gas. And man, it is such a breath of fresh air. And another thing, like I mentioned, Tom Cruise is 61 years old. Usually when someone's reaching this age, they're no spring chicken anymore. But somehow, it never comes across as like weird or lame. It doesn't ever feel like he has to slow down in the film. Like, he is still doing the same kind of stunts that he used to do when he was 40 years younger. Like, he is still at an extremely high level of athleticism and an extremely high level of, like, executing good choreography and making things look amazing, which is crazy at his age. Even someone that I think is comparable, like Keanu Reeves with John Wick. In John Wick 4, there are moments where you can see he's kind of slowing down a little bit. It doesn't really take away from the experience. I still fucking love John Wick 4. But you can see that it's getting a little more difficult for him to do some of, like, the moves that he was doing in John Wick 1, for example. Tom Cruise, though, this man's got fucking adamantium bones with goddamn, like, plutonium running through his veins that's powering him. It makes no sense how he's able to do what he does in this film at his age. So, anyway, I haven't even really begun talking about the movie. Dead Reckoning is a 2-part movie, and this was part 1 that dropped. And it is so good. It is just so, so good. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get into the debate of which is better, Dead Reckoning or Fallout, which was the previous Mission Impossible movie. A lot of people consider that to be like one of the best action films in general ever made. And I understand, because it really is extraordinary. But I honestly do think Dead Reckoning here, assuming part 2 is as good as part 1, will be better. Now, of course, since it is just part 1, it didn't wrap itself up, but it didn't fall into the same trap that a lot of other 2-part movies have, where it feels unsatisfying by the time the credits roll around. Dead Reckoning Part 1 has a really nice conclusion that feels like you got like an entire experience worth, you got a good natural stopping point, it doesn't feel abrupt, it keeps you salivating at the mouth for more, but still your tummy is full from the meal that the chef prepared with love. I can't stop talking about how hard this shit cooks. I want to go back into the kitchen and kiss the chef on the mouth. It is incredible. So I didn't feel like walking away from the film, you know, that it came out of nowhere, the ending, because it felt natural. So I have no problems at all with part 1 here ending where it does. I think it did a great job, and I'm super excited for part 2 now to see how they wrap it up. Now, one thing I actually like more in Dead Reckoning than I did in Fallout is the story. I really like all of the new characters they introduce here, but even more than that, the narrative itself, I actually think just feels much better in like the current landscape of the world. Fallout, while I still agree is an extraordinary film, it did have the cliche nuclear threat. The fingers on the trigger, the nuclear bomb's gonna bust ass at any moment now. How are they gonna stop him? How's Ethan gonna put the kibosh on this bad guy? The concept of the plot wasn't anything super new or innovative, it just did the concept better than anything else that has ever really come before it. However, in Dead Reckoning, they don't go that direction. There is a nuclear bomb moment because you fucking gotta have a nuclear bomb moment when it's high stakes like Mission Impossible, but the core is around AI and the threat that it poses both with the information that it's able to disseminate or the misinformation that it's able to disseminate, as well as even being able to take control of warheads. So the main threat is about who's going to take control of this extremely powerful and extremely deadly AI that's becoming sentient. Now, that itself isn't exactly, a novel concept that's going to have you fucking flying back into your chair or anything. That's been done a lot, like most notably Terminator with Skynet. But it doesn't go in that direction. It doesn't feel cheesy and it doesn't feel goofy because AI is such a big talking point in reality right now. With how quickly AI is advancing, nothing in this film feels far-fetched or silly. It's very interesting at the capabilities, the dangers AI could pose in the wrong hands. And Ethan Hunt's rationalization of how best to handle a situation like this with a threat this large. I really like the narrative a lot here. I think it's nice and refreshing to go in a bit of a different direction as opposed to just standard bad guys got big bomb. Even though that's not exactly a bad thing if that is the plot, because Mission Impossible has proven that it can do anything and do it well. Dead Reckoning, I think, has the best set pieces in the entire franchise. I'm just going to say it. The action set pieces in this film are unbelievable. They are so good. I don't want to spoil anything here, so I'm trying very loosely to talk about things, because I think this is a must-watch movie. This is one of those films that absolutely is worth going to a theater to see. It is an experience more than a movie. Yeah, I'm getting real pretentious sounding, like sniffing my own fucking farts here, but seeing this movie in theaters is definitely the optimal way of experiencing it. Mission Impossible deserves it. It's so fucking good. I just don't really have any complaints about this movie, aside from like two very minor ones that I can't really get into because it's kind of spoilery, but I'll just say they involve plot convenience moments where I feel like they were so focused on delivering a really cool action moment, but then ended up kind of backing themselves into a bit of a corner, and in order to kind of salvage the situation, they needed to pull from their ass a little deep to get out of that situation, even though it doesn't really make a ton of sense how it happened. That's about the most I can say without getting into spoilers, but it's not a big deal. Like, that's a nitpick. Like, if I was really going to look for something negative, it's just there were a couple instances of where I felt like they didn't really write something super cohesive on how they get out of this situation. They just kind of do because they needed to. They're the fucking heroes. And even though I do like the villain, I think he wasn't super fleshed out here, and it really feels like they reached a bit in order to connect him to Ethan's past in a way that felt kind of like an afterthought almost, but it's not a big deal because I do think Gabriel, the main villain, like the main villain outside of like the evil AI potential, like I do still think he was cool. Like I think he was like a good villain to have. Every time he was on screen, I felt like this is a big threat moment. This is going to turn into some shit. It's about to go tits up real quick. And Gabriel has a subordinate named Paris who's just a badass. She like fights with a sword. Like it feels like she was a character out of John Wick. It's like it actually is really just cool. There's nothing in this movie that isn't just really cool. So yeah, anyway, I think this is a must-watch movie. Plugging Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 95%. I really hope Part 2 sticks to landing. I do hope they give a little bit more to Gabriel in particular. I would like to see that, but I imagine that is the plan considering this is only half of the story they want to tell. And I think they've already done a great job with it. So yeah, I think it's fantastic, and that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped, it's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. See ya. It takes a strong man to lift a car, but it takes an even stronger man to admit when he was wrong. I can do both, but I'll only be doing one today, and that's admitting I was wrong about a show that I thought had absolutely zero chance of being entertaining in even the slightest way. And the show that I'm talking about is Twisted Metal. It's based on a video game franchise that I cherish deeply from my childhood. All of the trailers and all of the clips they released were horrible, and I made a whole video complaining about it because I felt personally attacked. First, they make a Halo show and completely ruin it, wipe their dirty cheeks with a beloved property with a horrible show, and then all of a sudden, Twisted Metal, what's next? It's like they're going up here in my noodle and looking for all the things I used to love growing up in order to ruin them with a TV show. And I still do stand by that video. Every single piece of promotional material they released for Twisted Metal was turbo ass. But now that I've finished watching the show, since it just came out a couple days ago, I can confidently say that I subscribe to a conspiracy theory that there was some kind of internal sabotage run on this show from the inside. There was a spy looking to sink this before it even had a chance to swim. Because all of the trailers and clips are the worst moments from the show. The show itself is actually fun. Now, I know that's become a bit of a cliche when something isn't great, but you want to be nice to it, but I use that in the truest sense of the word. I don't think Twisted Metal is a great show by any means, but it is an actually enjoyable one, which I really didn't think there'd be a chance of, because, again, all of the trailers and clips made it seem like it was written by, the fucking Saints Row team from 2022. It had, Forspoken level dialogue and jokes. It was rough. And those jokes are in the show. It is very much heavy on a lot of jokes per minute. The JPM is off the fucking charts. The jokes per minute is going to be blowing your hair back with cringe from time to time. But for every 100 stinkers, there's a couple of good ones scattered throughout there. And this was what I was most concerned of, because for some reason the trailers and clips only showed a couple of comedy routines. There is a lot of action in the show, which should be the focal point of a Twisted Metal show, since the games are all about fucking car combat with guns, missiles, and wacky, zany characters doing crazy shit like Sweet Tooth. And in the games, it gets very dark with, the narrative. The show, not so much. There's a couple of, darker moments, but very much so the show's emphasis is on comedy, but it does have a healthy dollop of action as well, which I just didn't even think it would have any at all based on everything they released prior to it coming out. So this is going to be a little pseudo-moist meter. It's nice to be pleasantly surprised because I expected this to be horrible. I really did. And I totally forgot it was even coming out, but last night on stream, chat reminded me that it came out and they were shocked that it turned out to be somewhat decent. And they're right, it is decent. I had a fun time watching it. That being said, again, it's not a great show. A lot of the writing here, aside from jokes when it actually is trying to tell a story, is laughable. Especially with the two main characters, John Doe and Quiet. Now, their chemistry is fine, but a lot of the things that happen between them makes it seem like it actually is an AI-generated script that has a couple of bullet points that it needs to hit, but didn't really know how to naturally weave it in there. So I shit you not, in one of the episodes, there's a scene where the two of them fuck in a ball pit, then they get into an argument, then they fuck in the ball pit again, and then they get into an argument, then one of them leaves, and then there's a lightning storm, so then they have to come back, and then they, reconcile and they're all good again. Like, this back and forth keeps happening like this. It's this constant flip-flopping. Like a light switch being turned off and on like Nosferatu from SpongeBob in that episode with the hash-slinging slasher. Like, they very clearly had things they wanted to convey, but they weren't super effective at conveying it. And also, the vast majority of the conversation between the two main characters usually ends with them saying, fuck you. That's usually where the conversation will wrap up, and then they'll go on their way driving somewhere. It's pretty weak. Like, the writing isn't exactly what you'd consider fine-tuned, but what's crazy is, it didn't take away from the enjoyment of the show, because it feels right at home in a stupid world. The entire universe they built here is stupid, and every character in it is a fucking idiot. Like, the entire world got hit with, like, stupid radiation or something. There must have been, like, a fucking solar flare that blew up everyone's brain, and now everyone's got brainworms, and they're all just actual morons in this world. Which is kind of charming in its own way. The actual story of the Twisted Metal show is, 20 years ago, there was a bug that took out pretty much all electronics. The opening monologue had me rolling my eyes. It was mentioning, porn's gone, so the world collapsed. That people couldn't access the internet anymore, and the world went to shit. So now it's a post-apocalypse, it's a dystopia, and our main character, John Doe, is what's called a milkman who does deliveries for settlements back and forth. And every character you meet is dumb. Actually stupid. So when there's bad writing like this, it almost feels like it's on purpose to a certain extent, which I guess is a real blessing to the writers, because they could be as lazy as they want with, like, character relationships, and it doesn't feel awful to watch. Because you kind of expect it in this broken world filled with broken people. So, I know it sounds like I'm shitting on it, but I'm really not. Like, that's not even actually a complaint for me with the writing being bad. There's a lot of bad jokes, and that is a complaint, because there is a lot of jokes that just do not land and fall super flat. They also repeat a lot of the same jokes. Like, it's like they forgot that they told that joke an episode ago, and it's not even meant to be a callback. It's just they said the exact same thing in a different situation, and I don't believe it was on purpose. I think they just actually forgot. But there is a lot of jokes that don't work, but there are quite a few that do. And I think the real star of this show is Sweet Tooth, whom I was the most concerned about going into it, because Sweet Tooth is the face of Twisted Metal. He's not the main character here, but he does have a lot of screen time. In the video game franchise, he is a wacky character, of course, but he is fucked up. He has an extremely dark past. Like I mentioned in the last video, one of his main wish in the last Twisted Metal game is he wanted to kill his daughter. His daughter was the only person he was unable to actually kill, so his wish from Calypso was to be able to go and kill her. But it turns out she had already killed herself from the trauma that Sweet Tooth had inflicted upon her after he killed her family. So, like, it's very dark shit that Sweet Tooth deals with. And in all of the trailers and clips, they just make Sweet Tooth look to be like some kind of really embarrassing Joker clone. Like the classic, I'm the Joker, baby, meme, right? Like, it didn't seem like they really understood Sweet Tooth as a character and what would make him both fun to watch and also intimidating and scary. Again, all of the trailers and clips make it just seem like he's going to be a goofball, we live in a society Joker meme character. Like that shit on Facebook, poop in a toilet, no one bats an eye, poop in the fridge and everyone loses their mind type energy, kind of Joker character. But in the actual show here, he shines. They do a good job with the character. He doesn't really share a whole ton in common with his video game counterpart, but it really does feel like they understood somewhat of the spirit of what Sweet Tooth should be in a live action format. So I did appreciate him. Like, I enjoyed him on screen here. Yeah, he wasn't the main character or anything, but they do have a large chunk of an episode dedicated to kind of laying out the foundation to what made Sweet Tooth crack, and what turned him into a psychopath maniac. And they also do bring in some other elements from his past that really lay the foundation for him as a character. And throughout the entire show, he's not only, like, extremely entertaining, like, the best jokes in the show actually come from Sweet Tooth, but he also has, like, the best moments in general. Most of the action that's really good filters through Sweet Tooth's kills and Sweet Tooth's driving ability and his ice cream truck. All of the best moments about Twisted Metal actually do come from Sweet Tooth, which I'm really happy about, because I thought they were going to fuck him up in a big way, but they don't. Samoa Joe as Sweet Tooth here fucking crushed it. I just really didn't dislike the show, even though there is still a lot to not like about it, because there's so much downtime in the show. There is a lot of moments where there's really nothing happening. There's some very bad visuals too. For example, there's something called like a Watkins storm or something. I'm already forgetting exactly what they called it. But basically it's like this storm with colorful lightning that keeps striking all over the place. And there's a scene, like I mentioned, where the character runs out there and John Doe gets zapped by it. And it looks horrible. It looks like something out of CW, right? Like it's horrible effects. There is a lot of well, I won't say a lot. There's a few moments like that where the visuals fucking collapse and look terrible. But even still, I just didn't dislike it. It was a lot more entertaining than I would have ever expected it to be based on everything they released for its marketing materials. I do wish they had spent a little bit longer polishing that up, because again, that in particular, that lightning storm was terrible. That was horrible. That entire scene should have just been fucking cut. It looked like an Adobe's After Effects tutorial on YouTube. It was bad. And there's a couple other moments like that. That's definitely the most egregious of them, though. And I do also wish there was more car combat. A lot of the action in the show takes place outside of cars because obviously it's easier to film that. But there is still a couple of chunks that have car combat, and that's when the show's at its best. I just wish there was more. I really wish they had leaned harder on that. I think the opening scene here is really good with the car combat. It kind of peters off a little bit there, and you don't see too much for a little while. And then towards the end, it once again gets its footing back, and they have more car combat. But there's a lot of in the middle where there's pretty much none, and I just wish there was more. I won't go on too much longer about this show. Overall, though, I'm just happy that it was entertaining. It does set itself up for season 2 that really does feel like it's supposed to be going more true to Twisted Metal itself. I don't want to get into spoilers, but the way that the season 1 here wraps up leads into what you would expect Twisted Metal to be about, a tournament. And that's very exciting. So I think they did a good job of laying out the world here with season 1. I wish it wasn't so heavy on lame jokes that fell flat. Like, they did have some good ones, and I just hope that if it does get a season 2, it puts the car combat more front and center and focuses more on refining good jokes as opposed to just an overwhelming flood of non-stop jokes. So overall, though, I'm just surprised that it wasn't a complete disaster, because all of the marketing material, all the promotional material they released for this made it look irredeemably awful. So yeah, I just wanted to make a video saying that I was wrong, and this turned out to be a pretty fun watch. That's really about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. I imagine you all can guess why I'm so sweaty right now. I just got home from watching the new Fast and Furious movie, and the testosterone that was pumping through my veins watching that bad boy had me perspiring like a Redditor on OnlyFans. What a journey. I felt like the movie turned the NOS canister in my soul at full blast. Had me, fucking firing into the theater seats there. I saw it in an empty theater. I went to a little matinee today at 2:30 p.m. and no one else was there. I felt insulted on behalf of the whole family behind the movie. How could you show such disrespect and not show up to Fast and Furious at every single showing throughout opening day? But regardless, I think that is just despicable behavior. There's just some swine out there that can't appreciate high-quality art like Fast X. I can. But honestly, the serene masculinity that washed over me in this completely barren, empty theater was actually wonderful. I feel like it was the optimal experience. It felt so personal, as if I was able to connect better with all of these very well-rounded, beloved, deep characters. It felt as though Dominic Toretto lunged out from the screen, opened up his arms, and invited me, Charles, to suckle on his bosom, and then pulled out a chair at the barbecue and handed me a Miller Lite to join the family. And it felt good. The film is exactly what you're expecting. Fast and Furious is a franchise that just keeps trying to ramp up the ridiculousness. It started with Fast 5, and it's never let off the gas pedal since. So they've had, of course, like the nuclear submarine shooting into space, all of that shit. This one, once again, tries to go fucking hog wild, and it does. But I will say, this doesn't have any of those moments. Like, Fast 5 has the vault, You know, the space launch, the submarine, all of that, iconic moments. This one doesn't have anything like that. Instead, the whole film has moments similar to those moments, but nothing like one particular instance. The biggest scene by far is kind of an homage to the vault scene from Fast 5, where instead of a vault going through the city and like blasting through cars and people and shit, it's a giant bomb that's rolling around Rome and about to blow up the Vatican. And it's hype, like it's cool. And that's all these movies are about. It's very self-aware, it knows it's cheesy, it knows it's ridiculous, and it embraces that with a smile on its face. And I appreciate it. I definitely did have fun and giggled to myself at the like absolute outrageousness of a lot of the scenes. But even with that being said, there are some things that are just downright shit in the film. Like, there's just some, like, awful moments that had me rolling my eyes. But before getting into that, let's talk about some things that I enjoyed. I liked Jason Momoa's character. He plays Dante. This isn't a spoiler. It's in the trailer for the movie. He's the son of the big bad from Fast 5, and he's out for revenge. The very cookie-cutter, formulaic, Fast and Furious plotline. Every single person in the world is out for revenge on Dom in some way. The entire criminal underworld wants to fuck Dom in the face and his whole family because they don't like him. Or he's done something to someone that is somehow connected to them, because everyone in the Fast and Furious universe is connected to Dom. He's like Genghis Khan, where Genghis Khan like populated half of the planet or something during his heyday. That's Dominic, but with like criminals. Every criminal in the world somehow ties back to Dom in some way. For example, in this film, Dominic goes across the fucking world and somehow runs into someone that is related to someone that Dominic used to fuck. So, like, the Toretto DNA is spread very far across the globe. Like, he is this singularity that pulls everyone in that universe towards him. Which is, of course, goofy and fun, but regardless, let's get back on track. The main villain, Jason Momoa, son of the big bad, wants revenge. He was a cool character. This is a Jason Momoa I've never seen before. He really tried to like channel some kind of Joker character for it, and it was so silly that I loved it. Like, he just goes really outrageous with the whole performance. You know, he'll be like, Dom, you ever heard of Mozart? Well, you best start believing in ballet, Dom, 'cause you're in one. And then he starts like busting out ballet moves and then directs a sniper to start shooting at him. Like, there's even like a Joker moment where Dominic's beating the shit out of him, pops one of his teeth out, and he's like, ha 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 ha, Dom, you're punching me just the way I wanted you to punch me. Have you ever heard of birds, Dom? Do you know birds? Like, he just like comes up like the stupidest shit. And he's always talking to, like, he talks to corpses. He's very quirky. He's the quirk master. And it's so stupid, like in the best way. It's very clear Jason Momoa is just having as much fun as possible. Like, he stabs someone and then starts like sucking on the blood like a popsicle. It's so dumb, but I really liked it. There's even moments where he reminds me of Maximilian Pegasus from the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because for some reason, Dante, that's Jason Momoa's character, calls him Dommy Boy constantly. Just like Pegasus, where he calls Yugi Yugi Boy. Like, I was half expecting him to trap his family soul in a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card in this movie. It was so fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I thought he was cool. Well, cool is probably not the right word. I thought he was fun. But yeah, of course, the bread and butter of Fast and Furious is its action. This is filled to the brim with action. But man, I've got to tell you, even suspending disbelief, it is really frustrating how every single enemy is this, like, armored to the gills, tactical monster, like the fucking juggernaut from Modern Warfare 2. And yet, they're still just punching them in the face, like, with their helmet on. Like, Dominic and his friends just punch their helmet over and over, and somehow that's incapacitating them. What the fuck is the point of the helmet if it can't even block a punch, or stop you from getting hurt from a punch? It's crazy how often that happens. Like, they're not even getting shot most of the time, they're just getting, like, punched and kicked in the legs, and like, oh shit, my leg! And they're dead. Like, every single henchman here is just one sneeze away from being defeated. Like, there was never any stakes in this film. Obviously, it's Fast and Furious. Everyone's got plot armor. Everyone's got God mode turned on. They're all fucking invincible, surviving the most ridiculous shit. And they never miss a shot, and their punches can shatter diamonds. Which is fine, but just stop putting them in armor. It's so fucking dumb. Like, that actually kind of grinded my ass a little bit. And then another thing I really didn't like is its reliance on flashbacks. So they'll take you to, like, Fast and Furious 5, and they'll show you a scene that we've all seen and enjoyed, and then they'll be like, but did you know Dante was right here? And it's the same scene, but then Dante's in the background, like, fucking smoldering. And then they'll do that 20 times throughout the film. And then when they took the vault, Dante was in the bathroom in this stall. And he opens the stall door. Like, they just keep doing these flashbacks to these moments as if, like, Dante was there the whole time, and it's really goofy. And then they'll do that for other characters. And then someone you thought was not there was actually there in the stall next to Dante. And then Dante opens the stall door, and then the stall door next to him opens, and it's like the other guy. So it's like, we got you. Like, it's supposed to be this eureka moment that catches everyone off guard, and it's just an ass pull. Like, I have no doubt this whole film's production was all of the action. Let's write all of the action. Ah, shit. Now we have to have some kind of story. All right, we'll just make it up as we go, because that's what it feels like half of the time this film's running. It gets a bunch of different plot lines going in different directions that introduce all sorts of problems that don't get solved and don't have any real reason to even exist in the first place. And then they'll just come out of nowhere with some kind of half-baked explanation or, like, some kind of goofy motivation that ties back into a flashback. It's pretty fucking dumb. Like, even for Fast and Furious standards, the story's pretty fucking stupid. But that's fine, because who cares, right? Again, no one's going to Fast and Furious for a profound, thought-provoking story or character piece. But yeah, I do want to point that out. And I also do appreciate that they tried to bring street racing back in. There is a whole street racing scene, like, but it doesn't work super well. It's kind of cringy a little bit. But I do like that they tried to bring in some street racing. They've done that before as well, but here they really gave a spirited attempt, but I don't think they really landed it all that well, because the street race doesn't last very long, and I don't think it was very interesting. But I like that they gave it a whirl, because I still think the street racing component of Fast and Furious was really special and really fun. But I do still like the over-the-top nature of what it's become. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to really digest and dive into. You get exactly what you're expecting. A whole cast of fucking Avengers, superhuman superheroes with cars, fucking blowing up helicopters with cars, using cars like there's some kind of, like, aircraft almost. All kinds of high-tech weaponry that looks like Jimmy Neutron designed it in a shed. So you have like this makeshift plane out of 5 pieces of wood that John Cena flies around on. It's craziness. And that's what you want with Fast X. But if you're someone that really doesn't care for the direction Fast and Furious has been going with, trying to one-up itself with over-the-top action jumping the shark, you're going to hate this movie. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'm just going to give it a nice 70%. I had fun. I think most people have fun if you go in there with the right expectations and the right mindset. They're just going to shove popcorn in your face and have a good laugh and a good time. Like, that's what it's all about with Fast and Furious, and I think it delivers. Man, some of the dialogue, though, is awful. Let me point that out real quick. There are some horrible stinkers of lines in this film. Like, I really feel like some chat GPT generated lines at moments in here. But anyway, yeah, overall, fun film. That's really about it. See ya. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick, Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. See ya. Right now, there's a pretty ridiculous trend going on where if something flops, be it movie, game, or show, the immediate response from those behind the production is to get mad at the audience and blame them for it, saying that either they were too stupid to appreciate it, or they weren't real fans willing to support it, or they just told a story that was too hot to handle and people weren't ready for it. Thus, once again, we didn't fail. Our product's not bad. You guys are just turbo idiots that prevented us from the success that we deserved. And I'm just getting so tired of reading this. Every time something flops, this seems to be the go-to dialogue tree on the NPC quest line here. And it's just really, really starting to grind my ass. It just happened with The Witcher because Season 3 was a disaster. Full disclosure, I haven't watched Season 3. I just couldn't even pretend to be interested, so I haven't bothered with Season 3. But there was recently a statement made that the reason Season 3 hasn't done well is because they had to simplify everything because American audiences are too dumb, basically. And something very similar just happened with Marvel's Secret Invasion like a week ago, where the finale aired, and pretty much everyone said, "Oh brother, this stinks." They were just saying, "Boo! Boo!" and throwing tomatoes. It wasn't well received. Most people hated it. On a show that already didn't have many eyes on it to begin with, so it was just kind of a catastrophe. And the director behind it came out and once again just kind of blamed the audience and started pointing his finger, even having the gall to say that it's not his job to fulfill any expectations, and he doesn't read any of the reviews, so he doesn't really care if people didn't like it. Which I guess is fine. It's not exactly like the, puffed out chest alpha male thing that he thinks it is. It just kind of reads like you definitely did see the negative reviews and you're in defense mode. No one's forcing you to read any criticism of your show if you don't want to see what the fans are saying about it. No one's gonna peel open your eyes and sit you down strapped to a chair to watch all of the reviews come in. So it's fine if you don't read them, but why then just say that it's not your job to fulfill expectations and you don't care? I think you're pretending that you don't care. I think you definitely do, and if you don't, you should to some extent, at the very least. I don't expect any director to come forward and be totally honest, hey guys, look, this shit sucks. I really blew it, huh? Yikes. Yucko. This was no good, huh? I don't expect that. You should still have pride in your work, but you can at least take some level of responsibility and be like, hey guys, look, there was a story I really wanted to tell here, and I see that it's not resonating with a lot of the audience, and I'm sorry if I let some fans down with this, but this is my vision for the project, and this is where I wanted to take it. I think that's far more respectful than saying, you guys are all dumb and I didn't listen to you, don't care. I'm just really tired of seeing this attitude where the director or the team behind a production gets mad at the audience for not liking it, or not going out there to support it if it didn't capture their interest beforehand. This isn't just, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion. This has been happening quite a bit. You see the director's Secret Invasion said about the negative reception. He actually said, "Is it our job to fulfill their expectations?" No, I didn't see that. I'll look it up real quick, but directors are just getting really bold with how they handle bad reception. I can't remember who it was recently, but another flop had their director come out and say, yeah, we wanted this. In fact, this is what we were hoping for. I was what do you mean? You wanted it to fail? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Secret Invasion director doesn't care if you like the show or not. That headline goes so hard. You see, when it comes to Marvel shows, it's not about liking it. It's about just watching it because you're too deep already. Just consume for the sake of consume. You don't need to like it. Despite the resoundingly negative response to the scroll-based series, Marvel Secret Invasion director Ali Salim has admitted that he does not feel bad about the show's poor reception, particularly as he believes the devoted, even rabid nature of the franchise's fanbase does not lend itself to productive discussion around its various entries. So because they're devoted, they can't have a real discussion around it? I think there's merit to saying that a fan base can be way too brainwashed and hive mind for a real discussion to take place. But that's not even what this is about. It's just people, everybody unanimously did not like the finale. Oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as a dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of their response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. What the fuck? This is a direct contradiction. So if you don't read the reviews, then you're not even listening to their part of their response of the dialogue. So you give half the dialogue and then plug your ears to their half? What the fuck are you talking about, man? How is that productive discussion? That's like the exact opposite of a conversation at that point. All you want to do is give your half and walk away. And then, I guess, get upset. I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations. When their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in the other direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know. Is it our job to fulfill their expectations, or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love if everyone loved it, but I also don't have that expectation of myself, so I feel great about the response to it. What are you saying? What are you saying? The expectation would be to make something good. Like, yeah, you don't have to, like, follow the most predictable shit ever, but at least make good on the expectation that you'll try. And then at least listen to feedback, instead of say, I don't read the reviews, and then say they can't have a productive discussion. I think the best thing you could have done is just been like, you guys didn't like it? Whatever. It's the story I wanted to tell. And be like, okay, that's totally fair. If this is the story you wanted to tell, by all means. I just don't understand the point of getting, like, combative and condescending about it. Like, yeah, you guys, it's not my job to fulfill your expectations. So what? I don't read your reviews. I gave you my half of the dialogue, you gave me a response, and I didn't listen. That was the transaction. I just don't find this response from the director to be sensible at all. Like, it just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You gain nothing from being this combative and aggressive with the audience. And there's certainly nothing to be proud of with not listening to them or reading any feedback or anything like that. Why do you want to exist in like an echo chamber or some kind of sensory deprivation unit where you don't get any outside stimulation or input on the thing that you would supposedly be very proud of making? I just really don't get it. There's nothing to be patted on the back for. Fuck all of you, I don't listen to anyone. Woo! Wow! Yahoo! Wee! That's so strong! He doesn't listen to anybody! Whoa! Like, it's just, again, I don't get it. That's not something to be proud of, that you only, like, take in shit from yes men and yourself alone. But anyway, I won't linger on this for too much longer. Let's talk about The Witcher now, because like I said, a very similar situation just happened. A producer on The Witcher came forward and explained why the plot was simplified, and their explanation is once again just kind of the blame game. So they said, a series is made for a huge mass of viewers with different experiences from different parts of the world, and a large part of them are Americans. In fact, he said they are necessary. When referring to plot simplifications, that was the whole thing. He's trying to give insight on why the narrative of The Witcher is significantly more watered down and less complex than it is in the books. And his argument is basically, you have to boil it down to the bare necessities, only the essentials, pure emotions, because Americans are probably watching, and those are some absolute fucking idiots, I suppose. He mainly points to things like TikTok and short-form content as kind of deteriorating the attention span of viewers, so he needs to make it more simple for them and more digestible, baby the audience, because the Americans are so used to just jumping from video to video. And to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying. I do agree that the attention span of the average person has deteriorated to a level I don't think the Lord could have ever predicted. We have the shortest attention span ever right now, shorter than it's ever been because of things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, I imagine. But I completely disagree that this means you need to dumb everything down. In fact, I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more complex you make something, the more successful it can become. The best example I can think of is Game of Thrones, because this actually did both. It had very complex narrative, very complex characters, and then it dumbed itself down, and the dumb part, seasons 8 and 7, were horribly received. So bad, in fact, that it ruined the entire legacy of the show. Seasons 1 through 6, where it focused on a complex story, world, and characters, people loved and cherished, and it was the biggest show at the time, and still one of the biggest shows ever made, because of that foundation it built. But in seasons 7 and 8, the entire team got hit by the orb of confusion and just went, fuck it. We'll make everything super dumb and super simple so we can wash our hands with this and move on. And the rest is history. Everybody hated it. Point is, I disagree that you have to boil everything down to appeal to the dummies in the world, and that's like the only way for success. I think the opposite is true. The more nuanced and complex you make a show, the better chance it has of succeeding, because I think that's what the majority of people want to watch. They're not here looking for someone to just collide action figures together and make loud noises. I don't think those are the most popular productions. So to me, this feels like Cope from the Witcher producer here, like saying that you find it painful to have to simplify the plot and that showrunners have to make these decisions and accept them because the higher level of nuance and complexity will have a smaller range and it won't reach people, is just wrong. Like, I don't think you're correct in that assumption there. I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more nuanced and more complex you make a show, the more successful and more appreciated it is. Some of the best shows of all time and most successful shows of all time are the ones that are complex and nuanced with really interesting, deep characters and a narrative that is very intriguing and complex. So I don't understand exactly why he thought that this was a necessary and painful decision that they had to make for the success of the show, when clearly it didn't work and wasn't working anyway. Like, you could have still just stuck with the complex narrative of the book, and I think you would have stood a much better chance. I don't understand why we've reached this point where all of it's everyone else's fault. You ultimately were the ones that made the decision to say, let's simplify this and make it silly. That's on you. You made a gamble that people would prefer something really simple. Good guy, good. Bad guy, bad. Nothing else? Okay, I clap now. You made that decision expecting that possible response, and you didn't get it. It's not anyone else's fault but your own. I don't know why you're putting the blame on Americans and their attention span not being conducive to a significant narrative full of nuance and complexity. It's just a matter of just taking responsibility. Just be like, hey guys, look, honestly, we thought by simplifying this we'd reach a broader audience, and it didn't work. It seems like we simplified it too much, and it didn't convey the artistic vision that we were hoping for. Like, I just don't think you need to then say things like, it's those damn Americans and their lack of ability to comprehend complexity, which is why we were forced to make the painful decision, the necessary evil, to dumb everything down. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly to once again start pointing the finger at the audience. Like, you guys are dumb, you made us do this. And now we failed because you guys are so dumb. Again, not anyone's fault but your own. If you had just stuck with the complex narrative of the books that it's all based on, even if it didn't succeed in the biggest way that you'd imagine, you could at least hold your head up high knowing that you delivered the artistic vision that you set out to do, because the way you talk about it now makes it feel like even you dislike the final product by calling it painful that you had to simplify it and that it was necessary to make such a difficult decision. So it seems like you are also not happy with the state of The Witcher. So why not just deliver the creative vision that was set out in the books that it's based on, instead of try to play the numbers game and appeal to dumb people or whatever the thought process was with the oversimplification of everything. Again, stop pointing the finger. Just take responsibility. You made a bad call, and the product is subpar for it. It is what it is. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is only increasing in frequency. Again, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion are not the only two that have done this recently. This is becoming pretty common for the teams behind productions to get angry at audience reception or any kind of like criticism around their products. And it's just getting kind of tiresome how aggressive that landscape has become. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. I'm becoming more and more convinced that TikTok is actually a weapon used to weed out stupid people. Because this story is not the first of its kind. This is not an isolated incident where a TikTok trend or challenge leads to a lot of fatalities. It's honestly getting to the point where these headlines feel like they're AI generated. Like the one we're talking about today feels like a fake story put into Grand Theft Auto as a joke. Just something they slid in there as something silly. But it's apparently legitimate. There's a TikTok trend called the boat jumping challenge, which is responsible for at least 4 people's deaths recently. And the challenge, as the name would imply, is jumping off of a boat going extremely fast. You don't need a master's degree in physics to figure out why this is dangerous, but just in case, I'll lay down the brass tacks. So I'm gonna sit you down in the classroom here for the lecture, so spit out your gum. Since the boat is moving so fast, when you jump off of it, you hit the water hard as shit. You generate a lot of force behind that impact. It's a goddamn wallop. So, what's happening is, when people are jumping off of the boats, they're hitting the water and then snapping their necks and drowning. It's an easily preventable and probably the most embarrassing death imaginable because you killed yourself for a goofy-ass TikTok challenge. And I also hate that everything in the world is called a challenge these days. That word has lost all meaning. There's nothing challenging about this. Jumping off a boat doesn't have any level of difficulty or skill to it. The only challenge, I guess, is surviving it. Like, avoiding being banished to the fucking Shadow Realm for it. But I'm so fucking tired of everything getting called a challenge, you know? Here's the poop without wiping challenge. You take a shit and you don't use any toilet paper or a bidet to clean your anus. Expert difficulty, ultra nightmare mode, impossible challenge. You won't last 5 seconds. It's so dumb. I'm so tired of everything getting labeled a challenge. But anyway, this trend of boat jumping is responsible for at least 4 deaths. And like I mentioned, that is just the saddest way of going out. Not only is it like an agonizingly slow, painful death, but that is just, you're probably getting made fun of in the afterlife for that. Dying for a stupid TikTok trend, you know the angels are shooting spitballs at you. Like, that is, like, it's just a shameful way of exiting this corporeal realm and shedding the mortal coil. That is so fucking sad. Like, I feel horrible that, you know, people have, you know, perished from it. But I honestly am stunned by just how quickly the human brain is devolving. This is like human instincts 101 shit. Like, this is common sense. This is an instinct you're born with. Not to, like, jump off of something going fast because it'll create bad ouchie boo-boo moment. Fucking cavemen probably would know not to jump off of, like, a speeding vehicle like this. I just don't understand how anyone would see this challenge and think that it was somehow safe or wasn't dangerous. Like, you'd have to know. You would have to know. And another thing is, it's so traumatizing, like, dying this way, not only because it was extremely avoidable, but because it's most likely done in front of your family and friends. Like, if you're on a boat, you're probably not on a boat with strangers. That's not exactly like you can call up an Uber to do this with. You can't just call up, like, a boat service, right, to pick you up and do this TikTok trend. So you had friends and family around you filming you, and then you did the TikTok suicide challenge right in front of them, and they watched you die and fucking filmed it. That is scarring. That is incomprehensibly nightmarish. So, like, this whole thing is, it's shocking that anyone would actually even do this. Like, 4 deaths from it is surprisingly low, actually. I imagine that's only the reported ones so far, assuming this is a popular trend. And I decided to look it up myself on TikTok to see how big the trend was. And it seems like it was pretty big, and there are still quite a few surviving videos of people doing the challenge, but all of them seem to at least had the foresight to recognize that, you know, pushing that bitch wide open on the boat going like 60 would have been a complete disaster and led to a Mortal Kombat fatality. So the ones that are on there right now are slow boats. They're going slow, so that way they don't hurt themselves doing it or, like, get seriously injured from it. Whereas most people, I guess, didn't recognize that and amplified the danger, fucking Evel Knievel, and actually just warp-drived their boat and jumped off, which led to these 4 deaths in Alabama. This whole situation proves to me, with my fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, that there has to be some kind of shadow organization, the puppet masters pulling the strings of TikTok, that are in this think tank coming up with the most dangerous trends and challenges, knowing that stupid people will die doing it as a way of, like, population control or something. Like, not only is TikTok legitimately rotting the brains of so many people, but they're not satisfied with that. They're gluttonous for more punishment of the human species. So they're coming up with challenges like this, knowing that people will die doing it. Because like I said, this is far from the only one. There's also, of course, like the blackout challenge, which was literally suffocating yourself, and some people died doing that. Which, obviously, but that was the whole fucking challenge, basically. You just strangle yourself until you're about to pass out, and some people died from it. But point is, there's so many of these challenges now. This is just the most recent one. And what's even crazier is I think back to the Tide Pod challenge, how everyone all at once recognized the stupidity and the danger of it, and yet that didn't have nearly as many deaths or injuries as any TikTok trend that comes out. Like, every big TikTok trend has, like, at least a handful of deaths associated with it at this point. And even extending further beyond Tide Pod Challenge, many people forget this one, but it's one I look back on with a big fucking smile on my face that someone even tried it. There was something called the Hot Coil Challenge, which was only ever done by one person. It was a dude who just turned his fucking stovetop on and then put his bare forearm on it and let it incinerate his flesh. So he just slams his arm onto the stovetop and lets that motherfucker simmer. He is in there just letting it cook. So he holds it there for a little bit, obviously just melting the flesh off, fucking cremating his forearm, and called it the Hot Coil Challenge. And that would have been less detrimental to human health than fucking TikTok trends like the boat jumping challenge. There would have been less deaths in the Hot Coil Challenge than there are in things like the boat jumping challenge and blackout challenge and all of that. That's so crazy. Now, this isn't exactly related to the boat jumping challenge, but I want to illustrate just how dangerous water speed is. There is a record for the fastest water speed ever achieved, and it was set back in the 70s. And you'd think upon hearing that, like, oh, we've advanced well beyond that with technology. How have we not been able to beat a record from the 70s when it comes to water speed? And that's because it's considered the most hazardous thing to ever engage in. It's the most dangerous record to ever try and break. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Of the last 13 attempts to break the water speed world record, there have been 7 deaths. And the 2 most recent attempts both ended in catastrophe and death. It is a record that most people don't really want to challenge because it is so fucking dangerous. I feel like a lot of people just don't recognize how dangerous water can be, which is a silly thing to say, because I feel like most people should be able to, but we're living in clown times right now where people are just, they're not thinking anymore. They see internet engagement and all rational thought goes right out the window. So it's fucking dangerous. Obviously, this boat jumping challenge was going to lead to serious injury and death. And yet, people were blinded in the pursuit of clout. A story as old as time now. Well, not really. A story as old as 3 or 4 years now with how desperate people are for clout, that they are actually killing themselves for it. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. If history's taught us one thing, it's that gamers are the pride and joy of the human race. I feel like the only reason the Lord ever even made humans to begin with was so that we would eventually evolve to a point where we can finally reach our ultimate metamorphosis and become the turbo gamers we were destined to be. And my friends, it's with a smile on my face and butterflies in my tummy that I proudly announce that we are entering the golden age of gaming. We have arrived. Gamers can't stop winning. We eat good, fuck good, feel good, and when someone stands in our way, we say, "Listen, Buster, you noob, get out of town or I'm gonna have to level up on your ass." And that's exactly what just happened in court, basically, with the FTC. The FTC got the latest smackdown from gamers when they tried to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Those fools at the FTC, those bumbling, imbecile, homunculus morons, thought that they could walk all over our God-given right to game. Hard. And now, they're learning a tough lesson. Don't tussle with the virtual muscle, or you're gonna end up looking silly. The cyberspace is a circus, and now you're the clowns. Now, for those of you who have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, I'll briefly explain. Microsoft made an offer to buy Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. An offer Activision Blizzard couldn't resist. Like Mr. Krabs with the dollar signs in their eyes, they were pretty on board with the idea, so they began moving forward with the conversations, because $69 billion, that's a lot of doubloons. That's enough clams to make you slap your own mother. So they were going forward, going through with the process, but encountered quite a few obstacles along the way, the biggest one being the Federal Trade Commission blocking the acquisition. They were arguing that if Microsoft was to acquire all of the properties under Activision Blizzard, they would then have the means and motivation to harm competition and be very anti-competitive, because they could basically take something like Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. This was a big talking point, actually, Call of Duty in particular, but Activision Blizzard has major heavy hitters in the video game space, and they were arguing that under Microsoft's control, they wouldn't really have incentive to release a quality product on rival consoles like Sony's PlayStation. So they were a bit concerned about, this being anti-competitive and maybe potentially even forming a monopoly down the line, so they motioned to block this acquisition. And this has been an ongoing battle for the last few months, and Microsoft's been making a lot of arguments about why it'd actually be the contrary. Should Microsoft get Activision Blizzard, they would actually enable more access to the properties, taking Call of Duty to a platform like even the Nintendo Switch. For all 6 people that would be delusional enough to buy a Call of Duty game on the Switch, because that'd be running at like 5 FPS. That fucking console can barely even handle mobile games. But there would be more access to it, according to Microsoft. And before the Switch gamers start fucking steaming out of their ears and slapping on the keyboard, I like the Switch. It's just a really embarrassing joke of hardware that can't really handle third-party modern games super well. Like Apex Legends on the Switch had to be the biggest joke the video game industry ever tried to pull. Nintendo Switch is good for just basically their first-party exclusives, so it is cool if Call of Duty does go to the Switch like this. That's great. More access is always a good thing, but that would be like the worst way of playing this game, I imagine, unless they release like the Switch 2.0. But regardless, Microsoft was arguing that if they do get Activision Blizzard, this would only actually help give people more means of playing these games on consoles. They wouldn't take anything away from rival consoles, and they've been making these arguments for quite a while now, and it seems to have worked because today, the judge ruled in favor of Microsoft. So they chose all of the correct dialogue options in order to get the Microsoft good true ending, I suppose. According to the judge in this case, they stated that this court's responsibility in this case is narrow. It is to decide if, notwithstanding these current circumstances, the merger should be halted, perhaps even terminated, pending the resolution of the FTC administrative action. For the reasons explained, the court finds the FTC has not shown a likelihood that it will prevail on its claims this particular vertical merger in the specific industry may substantially lessen competition. To the contrary, the record evidence points to more consumer access to Call of Duty and other Activision content. The motion for a preliminary injunction is therefore denied. Fucking caps lock denied there. That's like some shit out of League of Legends. Judge was getting a bit toxic there, fucking locking that one down in caps. So the judge gave the thumbs down in the Coliseum here to the Federal Trade Commission's block on this Activision Blizzard play from Microsoft. They even just wiped their ass with an analysis from a Harvard economics professor who was arguing that they would have financial incentive to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive. And they said that this failed to take into account plans for the franchise to remain on PC, come to Switch, and be accessible through cloud gaming. Before the merger, a consumer wanting to play a Call of Duty console game had to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox. After the merger, consumers can utilize the cloud to play on the device of choice, including, it is intended, on the Nintendo Switch. Perhaps bad for Sony, but good for Call of Duty gamers and future gamers. I think they're actually right on the money with this one here. Before all of this hoopla here, if you wanted Call of Duty on the console, it was either Xbox or PlayStation. So I do understand the rationale behind if the Xbox manufacturer gets a hold of Call of Duty, if they grab the scrotum of Call of Duty, why would they even bother to continue putting it on Sony's PlayStation? That's their competition. I get where the thought process is coming from, but they fail to take into account that Microsoft itself already allows its exclusives to go to rival platforms, the PC. Microsoft itself, there's no such thing as a real Xbox exclusive anymore because all of their Xbox exclusives go to PC at the same time pretty much. So they kind of have already shown that they're okay letting their biggest titles go to other platforms. So I don't see why they'd think that it would be different here if they controlled the IP. They would still benefit from it going to PlayStation, and they'd benefit from allowing even more access, like going to the Switch. And they've already allowed all of their exclusives right now to not be locked down to the Xbox because they already go to PC too. So I do think under Microsoft there is going to be more access to things like Call of Duty. This was a huge talking point in this case because Call of Duty is such a fucking power franchise. And I do think that they're correct that under Microsoft, I don't see it being exclusive to Xbox or anything. It'll probably just be more accessible. Sony, on the other hand, has shown many times in its past that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be like your only option. I've already gone over this in previous videos, but there have been times in the past where Sony has legitimately tried to do anti-competitive practices because they have a very strong market share in the video gaming space. And they don't budge on fucking anything, mostly. And I think Sony recognized this, which is why they'd be looking out for their own selfish interests to continue to have that stranglehold on the market share. They realize that under Microsoft, Activision Blizzard properties being more accessible hurts their position because now you no longer just have the choice of Xbox and PlayStation. Now Nintendo Switch could enter the conversation, cloud gaming where you could play on other devices as well. So Sony, I think, really only cares about itself, not like the good of the gaming space. So I overall do think it's a good thing here. I'm not exactly a Microsoft fan. I think pretty much every studio they touch turns to shit. And I really think the Xbox has nothing on it at all. It's just kind of a fucking brick. I have not got my Xbox out of this drawer in front of me in over a year and a half. And the only reason I brought it out a year and a half ago was to replay an old Xbox 360 game called Bayonetta. Love Bayonetta, by the way. So there's just, I think the Xbox Series X and all that is a fucking flop right now. Phil Spencer recognizes that. He even had that statement not long ago about how they've completely lost the video game industry race right now. But I'm still optimistic for the future. Like, with this deal going through, should it go through, again, it's not a done deal, I do think having more access to titles is a good thing. So I'm always for that. Though I'm not super optimistic about the quality of titles coming forward because, like I said, Microsoft has, like, the fucking cheese touch here. They curse everything under their umbrella in the video game space, and every studio kind of goes tits up. Now, like I said, it's not a done deal. There still is another big block right now, and this one comes from the Competition and Markets Authority. This is in the UK. So the CMA also blocked the deal in April, argued that it would hamper growth in cloud gaming. But it seems like this is starting to weaken a little bit, like they're starting to be more open to proposals from Microsoft. So it feels like that's only a matter of time before that's no longer an obstacle for this acquisition. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to give you this update because this is a very big deal in gaming. This is by far the biggest fucking deal like ever done in gaming. Probably just one of like the biggest purchases in general. A $69 billion buy here is fucking massive. And Activision Blizzard has some huge properties, so there is a lot of potential ramifications for the future of gaming. Could be good. I imagine it probably will be good, but it also could be bad. There's really no telling right now. So I just wanted to give you a little update on everything that's been going on here, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Everybody please put down your pitchforks and delete your angry tweets. Close your Reddit karma farming accounts for the hate threads. I'm here. The sheriff is back in town. I know many of you concerned civilians were worried that I had gone to the store to get milk and cigarettes and I had forgotten something very important and I wasn't coming home for it. And of course I'm talking about my $10,000 speedrun bounty challenges that I said I'd want to do monthly, every month this year. The astute observers amongst you may have noticed that it's been longer than a month since my last $10,000 speedrun challenge. And there's a good reason for this. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, this year I wanted to set out to do a $10,000 speedrun challenge on an obscure game at least once a month. And we had a good streak going, where I got it twice on time. However, the most recent one, Exodus from the Earth, was such a banger that I've spent the last month and a half, almost 2 months, just looking for a game that's nearly as good to speedrun as Exodus from the Earth. Of course, I posted the complete Summoning Salt style history of these speedrun challenges, so definitely check those bad boys out, they go hard. And I've got great news today because it's time to announce the third $10,000 speedrun bounty. We found another candidate, one that's worthy to follow up Exodus from the Earth, a sacred battleground for which only the most talented of gamer barbarians will fight and succeed. And that game is Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. That's right, we're gonna take you back to the past to play a shitty game and eat ass. This puppy is from 1998 and is actually listed as one of the reasons why Bethesda went into a downward spiral in the late 90s because it was such a fucking commercial flop. Many of you watching this know of the Elder Scrolls series, probably one of the most well-known series in all of gaming, but I guarantee only a handful of you have ever heard of Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. This is like the bonus Jonas Brother that no one remembers. The game just was not really played often, though the people that did play it liked it. It was actually like moderately received well. It had good reviews for the most part. But it's not a popular game by any means, and in fact, as of right now, there's only a single run for this game, and it's the current world record. So there's already an established route to follow, and it's kind of a wild one. It's a bit long too, so really buckle your seatbelt. Now I know some of you might be a little intimidated by the hour and 50+ minute route right now, but it's important to keep in mind that last time for Exodus from the Earth, the world record was an hour and 15 minutes roughly. And by the end of the speedrun challenge, the record was 20 minutes, around 20 minutes. So there's so much room for improvement on these games, and the glitches and tech that get found are amazing. Now, if you followed this series that I've been doing with the speedrun bounties, you already know the rules, but I'll go over them one more time here, of course. It's going to be 2 weeks. So at the end of 2 weeks, whoever has the fastest time wins, obviously. It's a $10,000 prize pool split across first, second, and third. And I'm also, again, doing the same thing I did last time, which was the $1,000 bonus bounty for whoever finds the most important glitch or most meta-defining trick. I like to incentivize glitch hunters, so even if you're not the most talented speedrunner, if you're like the craftiest and most creative glitch hunter and you find something that's used in the route extensively, you can win $1,000. Last time that went to the person who found the huge skip in the beginning of the game that pretty much single-handedly sliced the run in half. So there's just a lot of fun to be had here. I love doing these challenges, and it's nice to finally find another game that should be a fun one to watch. Now, per usual, your run needs to have video evidence, preferably streamed on Twitch or YouTube or something, and you submit the VOD to us to be verified. And also Kronos, whom many of you know from the previous challenges, he helps moderate the Discord as well as go through the runs, verify things, and learn everything there is to learn about these challenges. Kronos has already made a tutorial on how to set up everything for Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard and get everyone on even playing field. There's also been incredible work from the community done already for Autosplitter and everything, so all of the hard work's already been done for you. It should be a pretty seamless, easy start here if you want to participate in the challenge and the bounty. So yeah, no headache there. I'm going to put a link to the video in the description of this video, so that way you can get the tutorial and get set up. And I'm also going to put a link to the Discord where pretty much everything about this challenge will be held. That's discussions with community members, speed tech, hypothesizing routes and glitches, submitting runs, and just basically going over everything about this game and this challenge. So once again, 2 weeks starting from today, ending at midnight 2 weeks from now. Whoever has the fastest time wins. Of course, you can use any glitches and exploits you find in the game, but there will be no third-party modifications or any cheating like that. So yeah, it's time to get started. Let's hop back in the saddle here. And also, once again, I'm sorry this is so late. I really did want to do this like every month, but we really hit a diamond in the rough immediately with Exodus from the Earth. The first speedrun bounty was for Amok Runner, right? Like, that was a wacky speedrun game that was so fucking, like, awful for runners to run. Like, it was only up from there. But when we did Exodus from the Earth as our second one, I don't think we realized just how good of a speed game it'd turn out to be. And I don't like going backwards, so like Exodus from the Earth was amazing. I wouldn't want to just choose another stinker, kind of like Amok Runner's route. Like, I wanted to like just keep going up, or at least maintain the same level of quality that we saw with Exodus from the Earth. So it's just been a long time going through a ton of games, looking for anything that might have that same level of potential. And then we finally found Redguard here, so I'm optimistic. Hopefully it turns into an amazing speed game. I'm hoping the route can get down to like fucking 20 minutes, just like Exodus from the Earth did. So yeah, once again, sorry for the big delay on that. And yeah, that's about it. Looking forward to watching all of your runs in this competition. See ya. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait, was it? It should be, actually. I should be in, like, I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be, well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8, another patient, female patient, that wouldn't be me, male patient, could have been me, old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the final cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the final cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria? You're not going to be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 hospital helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra, I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? It has deep dive on here. A 2-episode things we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Oh, wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got moistcritikal on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover. Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, this accident, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention. And I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car, there was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent. It was easy. This shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot. And then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is I was about to leave the parking lot and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my God, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day. Gollum, I will go back to if there's ever a speedrun route for it. But I don't think anyone's actually going to bother looking for any kind of glitches or speed tech for that game. Not doing the skip. It doesn't save, like, any time at all to be worthwhile. So no, I don't bother with that one. It's, like, actually just 1 second. Whereas cork skip, at the very least, saves, like, 3. So, I can justify cork skip in my head, but not that one. That one is truly just a complete waste of time and effort. Oh my God, I might not make it. Wow, that was clutch. What is going on? I'm sloppy. Okay, this should work. Ooh. Once I'm nice and warm, this will be super clean. Oh, first try on that, though. You love to see it. Alright. Here's... Oh my god. That was a little close. Here's hoping I can actually move off the bed this time. Okay. Now it's working. I don't know what happened last time. That was so weird.
The more I know, the less I know.
Oh! I've never missed book. I've never missed book in my life. Oh my god. No. Okay. We'll have to just run the whole way then. I just hit the oh my god, that cucumber almost really ruined me. I would have been so upset. Oh my god. Oh, Jiminy Christmas! What is happening? He does not want to stand on anything today. Holy shit. Stand on it! You bastard. You sick fuck. Just stand on it. What is happening? Oh, okay. Alright, that was actually full, that was full panic. That was actually just full, okay. Collect myself. He's got a mind of his own today. Lesser men would say no to cork at this point. But I'm not a lesser man. Shake it out. Shake it out. Okay. I'm 1 for 4 on this. And I'm feeling real confident. You hate to see that. That's always a real dagger. I'm not gonna go cork. It is actually just not fucking worth it. It really isn't. Unless I hit the perfect waifu launch, I'm not going for it. I will only ever do cork off perfect waifu launch. Alright. Perfect waifu launch, we go cork. Anything but perfect, we just do it normally. Which I've never done before, so even doing it normally, there's a chance I just fuck it up. I've only ever done cork. I just don't want to keep going for cork and having to keep fucking running all the way back. I think I'm just gonna start... I think I'll just do pirate hat. I think I'll just start doing pirate hat. I don't believe in the cork dream anymore. I've only hit it 1 time. I think it's a resub trial. The hat just seems easier. Looks like I can just do like a little jump here. I probably don't even need a sprint jump. Like if I go for a hat here and I overshoot it, that would be so embarrassing. Because I can't really gauge the distance super well. Maybe I'll do like a long range sprint jump. Okay, you know what? I'm overthinking it. Yeah, that was that was underwhelming. I've been given actual trauma from cork. Alright, time for one of the scariest tricks in the run. Nice. No! Oh my god, I'm lost. I'm lost, I can't see. I can't see, I'm scared. I just really don't like the idea of missing dragon and going all the way back. Let's just try it normally. Let's just get a completed run under our belt and we can try dragon next time, because I'll be faster coming out of the tunnel since I'll have seen it before. Oh! Oh, the dragon! No! Okay. Unlucky. Why? Why did it do that? Why did it climb up? Why did it climb up? But you didn't cork this time. I did not cork this time. We did corkless. We did pirate hat instead. Oh, I saw its shadow. Here it comes. God damn, alright. I think like right now. Wow. Dragon, first try. I really don't know how I'm gonna get off of this dragon. Sports fans, I gotta tell ya. This is looking like a real dicey fourth quarter finish here. There's a hitbox on that wing, clearly. There's the flag platform, so I gotta get ready here. Coach is about to put me in. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But it's coming up. Whoa! It fucking threw me off like a bucking bronco. Okay. Whoa. Wow. Okay. How far up this can I go? Okay, so probably about right here, and then here's the flag platforms I need. So now I can just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Just send it. I did do dragon. So you know what? We're committed. We're committed. I did dragon. We'll go for it. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. Carried a little too much momentum there. Yikes. That's the one thing I didn't want to happen there. Yucko. Shit. What? Okay, that's sad. That's very sad. That hurts my feelings. Let me out. I want to go back to dragon, please. Jesus Christ. Now I'm stuck. Oh, wow! He just fucking headbutt me. Damn. Wow! What a shame. Unlucky hitbox, I guess. Jesus Christ. Nope. I hit dragon skip once, that's good enough for me. Just enough to let myself know that I'm good enough to do it if I was only a bit braver. Oh my god, this hitbox is so weird. Oh my god, it's all so weird. I'm panicking. I'm starting to panic. It's a fucking video game, Charles. Jesus. Calm down. Alright. So now we just take this to the... Oh my god, where's the dragon? Oh, he's below me. We're fine. Okay. Now I know this goes to the airplane. Oh, wow, that was a lot closer than it appeared. Okay, some cassette tapes. That's kind of far. The dragon! No, you bastard! You sick motherfucker! Why? Okay, we're just gonna do dragon skip from now on. That is so tedious. Even if I fail dragon skip, I don't care. I do not feel like going through all of that. Nice. Come on. Nice. Oh, okay. Let's not get greedy. I'm fine here. I wanted to change my position a little bit. I'm fine here. I don't need to get greedy. Now we wait. Approaching final pass. Hip. Too much momentum, huh? What a shame. There's a resub overflow. Man, I am actually still so fucking tilted about that. That was the perfect dragon jump, man. That was exactly where I needed to land and everything. No, wait. Is he making another strafing run? Wait, he's not supposed to do that! Oh my god. Oh my god, don't do it! Oh god. Oh, please tell me he turns. Oh, thank god, okay. We're good. No! What do you mean? That's alright, more practice. I think I'm just gonna... We're just gonna get experimental. I'm gonna theory craft my own little skips here. Man, I'm so sad. That dragon just... He will not let me live my fucking life. Just like legitimately just upset. I can't believe that, man. Again. I'm about to get hit off my fucking hoverboard. You sick fuck. You absolute degenerate. Why? Man? I'm doing dragon skip. I'm not allowed to do anything but dragon skip. Right now, that's being controlled by one of the devs. Legitimately, the safest way to do this is the dragon skip. It is actually the safest way to fucking do this, I guess. Which is baffling. Like, I'm trying to just do it the right way, and the game is not letting me. The dragon just keeps blasting me off every time, and I've legitimately waited for him to. But then he'll do, like, these fucking strafing runs out of nowhere and clip me with his wings. Alright. Buckle your seatbelt. Here we go. I'm going for flag. I want to be the best. Whoa, what, I'm climbing! Oh! What am I climbing? Beanstalk. Just what I was aiming for. I climbed like 15 invisible hitboxes there. Made that very scary. I'm going to wait for him to go home. But the thing is, I don't like either one of these. Speedrun route goes up this beanstalk, onto that hitbox, and then up the staircase. I cannot decide if I do normal route or... I'm just gonna do that. I'll feel better if I just do the speedrun route. I can hold my head high. That's normal. This is speedrun. I'm doing it. Oh, almost fell. I mean, I didn't almost fall, but I didn't make it on my first try. Wait, let me see the angle. I'm not doing it. I'm bailing out. I'm panicking. Okay. What's next? I don't feel good about myself. I didn't... There's supposed to be a thing you climb up there, and I missed it twice. I freaked out. I panicked. I lost composure. Okay. What's next? Oh, we're right at the fucking end. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. Slow it down. So now it's that to Statue of Liberty. In the speedrun, he makes it all the way to the YouTube play button over there. Okay. And then he makes a full jump all the way to that, but I'm just gonna climb the horse and do that. Okay. What's next? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain
Wow. 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 That was something special. That was fate stepping in right there that I was able to grab onto the yoga ball. I'm here. Now we go up, fist bump the Lord and say thanks for this one, pal. Good looking out. And tell him good game before we pat him on the ass. Stay strong. This is why we flopped out of the ocean fucking 10 billion years, or 10 million, what, many millions of years ago and started to evolve to reach this moment. This is what it was all for. Tiny hole there, avoided. The last jump. We did it. Make sure there's no more traps, hold on. And I'm just gonna let this congratulations really sink in and fill every goddamn pore on my body. Okay, it's just a straight shot. We did it. Holy shit, we did it. Oh my god, finally. And I used every single speedrun strat except for, beanstalk, backdoor, reach around, loop-de-loop and pull. Every other speedrun strat I used. We did it. We fucking did it. It's over. The speedrunning god! I was made in a fucking test tube in a lab! This is what I was made for. A 3-hour speedrun.
You get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot of your life. You still have a lot to learn, but now you can do what you want and fly wherever you want. Open up new worlds and new heights.
Alright. I feel like I really got acclimated to those strats, I'm not gonna lie. All of that pain was just a lesson. After lesson. After lesson. Like when a teacher spanks your bottom with a ruler. I've been disciplined. I think I can get a sub-hour pretty comfortably. Anything is possible! Yeah! That's how we do it! This is why humanity is at the top of the food chain. Man, my list of video game achievements and accolades are ridiculous. Sub 3 hour only up speedrun. I am one of only 3 people in the world who finished Lord of the Rings Gollum. Wow, that's pretty good, yeah. Oh, I checkmated XQC in 6 moves in a chess tournament. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's pretty fucking good though, what a resume. Oh, maxed out on RuneScape too. True. RuneScape max. Man, that feels good to finally be done with. I really think I can get a sub-hour. Here I come. That's the beauty of this game. You never stop playing. There's always another goal. Now I can do everything with a lot more confidence. I'm a new man. Do I even look the same right now? Do you even recognize me in the webcam? I bet I'll stand up and be 5 inches taller. Didn't you hate this game 4 days ago? Brother, I hate this game right now. Yeah. I think the game's a pile of shit. It's just every free asset pack they could find shoved into one game for rage bait. And god damn it, I'm deep in it now. Is he finished already? I love when you say already. I know, it was super quick. If you blinked, you might have missed my last run. Yeah, it was sub 3 hours. Tell your friends. You know what this proved to myself, though, is that I can do those, like, long 2-hour speedruns. Maybe I'll start speedrunning games that are longer than 20 minutes. Or speedrun routes longer than 20 minutes.
One day he wouldn't come back from work.
Usually I just do very short ones.
He drank a lot and often beat my mother.
This, like, actually upped my confidence in long speedrun games.
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
Time loss. Biological time loss, unlucky. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. A little sloppy here. It's been a while since we've been down here in fucking Normieville. So I'm blowing it at the moment. Still on sub 3 hour pace. True, I could still PB at least. You doing Cork at waifu? Nah, I think we just have to retire Cork. I think we always just do Pirate Hat from now on. Fuck Cork. It's just not worth it. I don't like it. It doesn't like me. I think we just always do Pirate Hat from now on. Man, I'm getting so fucking clean. Jeez. Jiminy Christmas, who is this man? Is he a man or a machine? Lord. Where does the human stop and the technology start? Fucking android of speedrunning. Even with a complete fuck up on Windmill multiple times, that was still a pretty good Earth. Not bad. How many hours do you have in this? More than the developer spent making it. I have like 8 hours in this game, which is fucking embarrassing. Only real men do Cork. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not just gonna keep throwing away runs forever for Cork. It's just not worth it. I will only do Cork off Perfect Waifu. That is the only time I'll ever do Cork is off Perfect Waifu. Sub 40. If I did everything perfectly, I could sub 40 here, but I don't think I will. Perfect Waifu. Alright, we're going Cork. God, sometimes I'm just too good. I didn't want to Cork. I didn't want to do it to him. I didn't want to fucking do it to him, but it's making me. Ah! Why? Why must my gamer genes be so strong? Feel the flow, I'm just going for it. Damn. That's the danger of Cork. She's a cruel mistress. But I was a man of my word. Like I said. Perfect waifu, I go Cork. I'm gonna be honest, I think I cracked the code on how to do perfect waifu. That one I knew was good the second I landed on bed. So I think I've got the right angles now. Alright, let's see if I go back-to-back perfect waifu into back-to-back Cork failures. I've got a sneaking suspicion that I will miss Cork again should I get another perfect waifu. There's just something telling me. There's something tickling me saying, Charles, you won't make that again. You really shouldn't. But then the devil on my shoulder says you gotta do it. Woo! That's perfect waifu again. We're going Cork. Alright, I've got waifu down. Yet I cannot master Cork until right now. Calculating. Calculating. Game time. Woo! They say Charles never misses Cork twice. That's how we fucking do it, baby. Those 9 minutes wasted were worth it for the 3 seconds saved. You got that right. This run right now, I've used only the most optimized strats. I haven't pussied out on any strat except Jesus Fingers. So this is actually pretty good. I don't know. I feel like Cheese Path is such a recipe for disaster if I actually do... Assuming I don't fuck up the trick right before it. I just haven't seen enough Cheese Path to know exactly how to do it. So, no, I don't think so. If I'm going to lose the good run, I'd rather lose it to Dragon. Man, I'm so fucking clean at everything here, pretty much. There's just a few stinky shit that I need to clean up. But I am actually such a fucking machine at most of it. Dragon one-shot incoming. That would be great. I'd be very happy about that. But we'll see. Dragon is widely considered to be the hardest trick in the run. I'm pretty good at the start of Dragon, though. Well, wow, that would have been the most embarrassing moment. Like, I'm pretty good at landing on Dragon. My problem is getting off Dragon onto flag platforms.
Stop drifting.
If you were gonna stream a movie, what movie would you stream? I still really want Konami's permission to stream all of the, pretty much all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd love to do a full watch party for Yu-Gi-Oh! As a series. That is probably one of the most fucking wild cartoons, or, excuse me, anime, that ever got made. It's fucking crazy. I would love that. As for movie, I don't know. When Redline was still free on YouTube when they were doing the Redline promo, we watched that here. But that was a Redline, like, endorsed thing. Like, they allowed people to just freely access the movie. Moonfall would be good, yeah. Where's the dragon at, man? Why is it taking so long? It's supposed to be 3 minutes. There it is. They get stuck or something? GX is good too. GX has some fucking wild moments, like when Kaiba sends a set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards to space because he wants to teach aliens how to duel. Come on, come on. There we go. So yeah, that also has some fucking wacky moments. I'd love to do the whole series as a watch party. The line, no, it's a fucking cool line too. Kaiba goes, "If there's intelligent life out there, I'm gonna teach it how to duel." And then fucking shoots a rocket into space like Elon Musk in a car. It's crazy. Let's see if we actually hit Dragon first try. We could actually sub-hour this. If I land this, we legitimately can sub-hour here. Which would be crazy improvement already. From my last run at 254 to less than an hour would be substantial improvement. Hang on to your hats, sailors. I'm climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings. Please let me off the wings. Holy shit, what a disaster. Why does it do that? Man, I'm so nasty at this fucking game now. It's just Dragon. Dragon's like the last Gordian knot I have to cut. But, I mean, that makes sense. It is the hardest trick in the run. Even for the best runners. I'm not super confident on cheese, though. But we'll try it. And if we fuck it up, whatever. Clean. That wasn't too bad. Oh my god, that's so sad. It forced me to fucking climb up the wing. Ugh. I'm not gonna go for tail anymore. I'm just gonna go for body. Oh no! It was too far. No. Alright. Well, we finished one of the runs. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Transformers film. When it comes to live-action Transformers movies, you never know what to expect here. You could get a super stinker, or you could get a good film. There's no telling. It's been really up and down with the quality of the live-action films. And I didn't know where this one would rank on the tier list here, but I was somewhat hopeful because I loved Beast Wars growing up. I not only religiously watched the Beast Wars show, but I even played the games, the old PlayStation 1 games where it was like a battle arena. I loved it. I collected the action figures. I in fact still have them in my garage somewhere, and still remember the shame of having to ask my parents how to make the owl transform into the robot itself, because for some reason the fucking owl Maximal had this I don't know if it was just me being a stupid, smooth-brained, milk-drinking toddler idiot who couldn't figure it out, or if there was a legitimate malfunction with the product, but for some reason the owl's chest would never alter, and that's where the robot's head was, so I could never actually turn it into anything more than like some kind of disgruntled owl. And it always made me mad, and I still have that somewhere in the garage. But point is, I love the Beast Wars. So I wanted this movie to be good, and I'm pleased to say that it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's great, but it's certainly not bad. I enjoyed it far more than many other Transformers live-action films. And of course, I'm only talking live-action. I still think the animated Transformers films bang a bit harder than most of the live-action, but I do think this movie was good. So let's talk about it. Let's dive in here. As is expected with a Transformers film, there's going to be a huge emphasis on humans. And historically, that could go wrong, and has gone wrong many times for the franchise, but I will say I think they did a great job with the human storyline here. It wasn't boring, and they actually did give the humans more to do than just tedious chores, where a lot of other Transformers movies, the only thing humans were capable of were just like really low-level things to help contribute barely. Since they can't fucking fight the robots there, they're not going to get up there and start slapping a robot around. But in this film, they actually do give the humans more to do in terms of fighting. So, I'm trying not to get into spoilers, but they do have moments where the humans actually do fight, which I thought was very fun. And I think the main character, Noah, stands out and did a really great job. I think they did a great job with that character. I will say, though, that I would have liked if... It's hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers. I would have liked if at the end they didn't just throw so many plot conveniences all at once just for the sake of giving humans a little more to do. Because at the very end, they just start pulling shit out of their ass, and it's like, this really horrible thing's about to happen, but luckily there's a code that a human being can type in, so one of the humans can go type in that code and save the day, basically, if you're ready, and, you know, if you're brave enough to do so. So, I thought it got a little silly at the end with giving them these very convenient problems to solve that really only humans can, because they're small things like typing on a space keyboard, but, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. I am, however, a little disappointed that the Maximals don't have more screen time, because the film is called Rise of the Beasts. You would think that they were kind of the main draw here, but they're kind of sidelined in this movie. You spend most of the time with the humans and with the Autobots, and a little bit with Optimus Primal, who's the best Maximal, admittedly. But you don't see pretty much any of the other Maximals except Air-Razor, who has quite a bit to offer to the plot in the film. But you don't ever see Cheetor do anything until the very end. He also only has like maybe 2 lines in the movie. Rhinox, I'm pretty sure, doesn't say a single word. He has less lines than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I don't know what happened with Rhinox. Maybe they just didn't feel like hiring someone to do voice acting, or they didn't feel like writing words for him. I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure Rhinox doesn't say shit. He's just there for the final fight with the other Maximals. Like, it's just a little sad that since the film is called Rise of the Beasts, you would expect them to play a big role here, but they legitimately don't even do anything or even come into play until the very end of the film, which kind of sucks. But I will say they did a good job with the Autobots. I enjoyed watching a different kind of Optimus Prime, one who's kind of a douchebag. Like, that was interesting. I don't think they've ever made Optimus Prime just a straight-up asshole in any of the films that I can recall. Well, that's not true. He kind of, like, murdered a guy in cold blood once. But other than that, this guy... Optimus Prime in this film was going through, like, an edgy phase, right? You know, he's out there listening to some post-hardcore music, and he's like, you know, it's all my fault. I've done everything wrong. And fuck the humans. They're puny and weak, and they make me sick. Like, that was kind of cool. I haven't seen that side of Optimus Prime before, and he has a whole arc that, you know, ends up pretty cool at the very end, bonding with humans eventually. I also think Pete Davidson as Mirage was a really good fit. Like, he did a good job with that character. The character of Mirage walks a fine line between being charming and being extremely annoying, and Pete Davidson fucking tap danced on that line right there, and it worked. I really think that I have no complaints about anything the Autobots did or any of the Autobots in the film. They were just all around solid. And the action was great. The action was very fun. It's always fun to watch giant robots fighting. But in this film, I think they really nailed the action. A lot of times it looks like fucking 3 soda cans colliding against each other during a Transformers fight. Here, I think they did a good job of making all of the action clear. Especially in the final climactic fight, there's a lot of really cool moments that had the audience clapping. Now, let's get into some complaints here, because besides just the lack of maximals in the film, I've got some gripes with it. It's hard to get into without spoilers. There are so many narrative ass pulls at the end that it is laughable. I know I briefly mentioned them, but it gets absurd. Fucking random coded kill switch for humans to use in the most important moment. Empty pipes for humans to crawl through in giant robot technology that serve no purpose other than to be a tunnel for humans to sneak through. I'm trying, I know these are kind of minor spoilers. I'm trying to keep it as minor as possible, but there are so many fucking conveniences at the end of this film. I shit you not, there's even just a full-blown revival thanks to super rocks, super special rocks of Energon. Like, nothing matters because everything at the end, it's just like they have the answer to every single thing ever, including death itself. And that's another complaint. There's so many, fake out death moments for some fucking reason. So many I might be exaggerating. There's a few fake out deaths, and I think there should never really be more than one. It just takes all of the stakes away from everything. You have these turbo bad guys, super evil villains, they're fucking powered by dark matter and a bad attitude. But for some reason, they don't ever finish anyone off. Or when you think they finish someone off, they do it in a way where it's kind of ambiguous. They don't cut someone's fucking head off. They don't chop them into pieces or anything. They just blast them with an energy array and they're like, oh, it took the spark. And it's like, okay, but I mean, what's that really mean? Because you can just get the spark back if you have a powerful enough rock. And I'm not using rock as a way of trying to hide a special item in the film. I mean it's just a normal rock, a normal human rock that just happens to be kind of powerful when it comes to Energon. Death doesn't really even exist in the film. It's just kind of silly. And I also really hate the bad guy they introduce here. Not the super bad guy, but the super bad guy's bad guy, the right hand, Scourge. He's very hands-off in his hunting. He's very powerful. They make it clear right away that he's very powerful. But when it comes to the humans, he's fucking worthless. He's like a Scooby-Doo villain. He keeps catching them and then letting them go over and over again. And he has these tiny little spiders that he sends their way, but the spiders fucking suck. They die to a stick. The spiders, the robot spiders from the big evil bad guy, die to a stick. What the fuck? Why does he keep using the spiders? Not once were they helpful. The humans were easily able to defeat them with just household objects. They got hit by a goddamn pole once, a tiny little bar once. Jesus Christ, stop using them. Just do it yourself. There are moments where the bad guy Scourge literally has one of the humans in his hands and just starts monologuing instead of just killing him. Even though he has shown that he has absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So why the fuck are you just talking at this guy monologuing? It just gets a little, overdone when it happens a couple of times here. So, just definitely wanted to mention that. I do understand it's Transformers, so it's going to have some of that cheesy, tropey kind of shit in there, and that's fine. But I think they just use that too much. Again, the main bad guy, the right hand, just keeps sending spiders after the humans, even though he himself could have easily just taken care of it almost instantly. I also think there's a massive plot hole here that I can't really get into, because it's clearly a big spoiler. But I think that the motivation for something the Maximals did, or rather didn't do, is nonsensical, and it would have completely thwarted the entire plot of the film. It would have stopped everything bad from happening before it was ever even a problem. And I've been really racking my brain on it, trying to figure out why they did or didn't do something, and I just can't come up with an answer. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but there was a very crucial MacGuffin in the film that I feel could have been handled in a very different way by the Maximals. And I'll just leave it at that. I think if you've seen the film, you're probably knowing what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm getting real deep into it. Overall, I liked the movie. I thought it was fun and enjoyable. Yes, I was disappointed there weren't more Maximals because I like Beast Wars and I really thought they were going to be front and center. We've seen so much from the Autobots already. I would have thought they were trying to shift the focus to the Maximals here because that's very different from the normal Transformers, but they don't really, and I wouldn't even say that they share the spotlight. The Maximals are kind of just supporting characters to the Autobots, and it works in the climactic fight well. I think they complement each other really well. I just really would have liked to see more, especially from characters like Cheetor and Rhinox. I mean, those are classic characters. Like, show some fucking respect here. Let them do more than just have one line and 2 fight scenes, right? But overall, I thought the movie was enjoyable. Plugging Transformers Rise of the Beast into the Moist meter, I'm just going to give it like a nice 65%. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick, Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextralife for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextralife is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages, also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextralife on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextralife owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. We don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. That's the weirdest defense attempt. Why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextralife is no stranger to, since Fextralife is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextralife when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the Fextralife stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextralife. They have an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp, because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextralife 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So, let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextralife page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextralife, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing, is how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextralife tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have like 3 different Fextra tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt there is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra stream on the Fextra website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people, like me, will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Fextra offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Fextra because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Fextra had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline, meaning it's just people that have a Fextra wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying that these are view bots and they're not actually there. Okay. Literally 23,000 people in this offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra will always take either the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fexture Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fexture Life viewbotting fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fexture Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fexture Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fexture Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fexture Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fexture Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth, and I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fexture Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fexture Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here, or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fexture Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fexture Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core. Then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fexture Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fexture Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fexture Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fexture Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki, and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra Life, since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra Life, such as AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, viewbotting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit, since a lot of other people are also discussing it, and I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. See ya. I want to start this video off by celebrating something important that's a little unrelated to the overall topic of the video, but one that calls for celebration. So let's pump our fists and wiggle our fingers together as we say rest in peace to James Corden's Late Late Show. That's right, it's finally over. We've survived the bubonic plague of bad television. James Corden's show is off the air officially, and I also love that now we have some classified documents finally releasing that confirms what we all knew, that nobody fucking watched James Corden's show. It was a colossal flop. It was losing $20 million a year apparently before they finally decided to take it behind the barn and put it down for good, just execute it. There is nobody in the world that likes James Corden. I've said it for years now. He's one of the only unifying things our planet has to offer. We all have our differences, but somewhere embedded deep in our DNA is this common ground of disliking James Corden. And for some reason his shows existed for so fucking long now. It was always a mystery, and I thought maybe I was just boofing crazy pills and he had huge fans, but clearly not. They were losing so much money on him, and now they finally decided to stop the bleeding. It's just such a breath of fresh air. Already the world looks more colorful and less gray now that the Late Late Show is dead and buried, just put 6 feet under in its coffin. No more carpool karaoke. I feel like the possibility for our species are limitless now. It's like in Gurren Lagann when humanity goes from living underground fucking cave-dwelling troglodytes to breaching into the surface world, and then they start evolving at a rapid rate. I feel like that's where we're at right now, because carpool karaoke is no longer keeping us buried. That was the single thing preventing us from reaching a Type 2 spacefaring civilization. It's so nice. Now let's get to the actual topic of today's video. Enough celebrating the end of the Late Late Show. I'm sure many of you have heard about this massive writers' strike that's going on right now, where the Writers Guild of America is protesting, so they've all stopped their work in the industry at the moment. There's a lot of reasons for it, but really the primary takeaways are they're not being fairly compensated for their work when it comes to streaming services. So right now they're paid a single fixed residual that aren't tied to viewer numbers and no additional payments that come through when the show shuffles between different streaming services. An example they give is one of the writers for Jane the Virgin is only receiving 1 to 2 cents for their residual checks, which is far from the norm or acceptable. And that's because streaming content has blown up recently, and for the industry itself, it's still pretty new. So they're not really getting the compensation that they should be, especially when compared to other aspects of the entertainment industry like normal movies or normal TV shows. So streaming is still in that weird gray area where they're getting face fucked when it comes to their compensation, and now they're protesting, looking for more appropriate compensation and fairer pay for it, which I think is totally reasonable. None of these shows happen without the writers. I understand the A-list actors and celebrities are always going to put asses into seats and make swamp-ass thrones as people are glued to it for these characters, but those characters are written by these writers, and without them, they'd be fucking flat and worthless. The effect of writers on the actual medium is severely overlooked by just normal viewers, I feel. I've seen real brain rot takes on this from Twitter about how the writers aren't even important to the shows to begin with, which is mind-boggling that we've reached a point where there's a lot of viewers that are unable to wrap their head around the entire show they watch is constructed by these writers. Without them, it doesn't exist, it doesn't happen, and it doesn't work. So it's super weird that people are trying to belittle their role in the industry and downplay their importance, even going as far as to call this whole strike a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, hocus-pocus nonsense and that they're entitled. It's so fucked up. Like, for some reason now people are taking up arms in order to protect billionaires in their right to exploit writers like this. I think it's fucking stupid. Like, again, the writers make the shows happen. It's not like your favorite actors that are in these shows go in there and fucking improv every single one of their lines. That's just not how it works. So yeah, I do agree that the writers deserve better pay, especially because streaming has blown up so much, and yet the pay for writers hasn't grown with it. This sector has exploded, yet for some reason the writers have been left behind when it comes to their compensation. So I think the strike is totally within their right to do. I think it's a good thing. And if you don't believe me that it's a good thing, how about I just show you some of the proof that's in the pudding right now? Get ready, because I'm about to give you a fucking enema of good news. This writer's strike has already been huge W's across the board for anybody with eyes, because since they're striking, a lot of terrible shows have had to go on hiatus, had to go dark. That includes every late night talk show, baby. Every single fucking one of these late night parasites have had to go off air because, of course, they don't write their own material. They're not like real comedians anymore. They don't make fucking jokes on their own. It's all fed to them by these writers. And now that they're striking, they have nothing. Thus, they've had to stop the programs. So no Jimmy Kimmel, no Jimmy Fallon. We're getting everything fucking purged right now and on break, and it feels so good to not have to have YouTube inundated with fucking god-awful late show talk clips. Oh my god, it feels amazing. So there's already a huge W there, already seeing some great stuff from the writer's strike, some good results. But if you want the best possible news from the writer's strike, you know what else is severely affected? Big Mouth. The worst show ever produced by human beings is currently getting hammered because of this writer's strike. It is unable to continue production as of the moment, and we can only pray, have our fingers crossed, that they will just shut down the upcoming season and call it quits. Just put the kibosh on the entire series, because Big Mouth fucking sucks. Just close your eyes and envision this utopia with me. No James Corden Late Late Show. No Big Mouth. That is a serene existence. That would actually unlock the full potential of our brains. It'd be like taking that pill from Limitless. We would fucking invent teleportation technology the next day. Now, even better news, even if Big Mouth does unfortunately continue, if we're cursed for another season of Big Mouth, it's the final season. So there won't be any after that, which that's great news, but it's bittersweet because we could just not have that season air to begin with. So regardless, though, Big Mouth on the horizon is soon to be finished, kaput, which is fantastic. I also forgot one other big one that's currently going dark. Another stinker. Saturday Night Live! Saturday Night Live is also affected by the writer's strike, so they're unable to currently continue as is. So just a lot of good W's all around here. Now, there is more to the purpose behind the strike. It wasn't all for the compensation. There is another component to this that I think it's worth mentioning here. They're also wanting to regulate AI when it comes to the industry. AI is also exploding and it is evolving at an unbelievably fast rate. Which is, of course, a legitimate concern here. AI is already fucking wild. It is frightening how good it's gotten in such a short period of time, and it's still very primitive. It is still very early on in this technology, so it's only going to get better and more refined. So what the Writers Guild is looking for here is some regulation where the AI can't be trained off of their works. Their works would be protected, so that way the AI can't be building models based around their scripts, can't be like generating scripts of their own based on their work, and also they can't really be using AI to go through and change some of their work or undermine it and shit like that. It's just looking for some level of protection for the writers. It doesn't seem like they're trying to completely outlaw it, make it illegal when it comes to AI in the writing room, or forbid it entirely, because AI can be used as a good tool for writers as well. It's just looking for some level of like regulation or just some openness to discuss how they can utilize AI in different ways there. At least that's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like they're just trying to get rid of it entirely from the writing process. So yeah, overall, wishing the best for the writers here with the strike. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like the powerful suits out there are really responding at all to it in any meaningful capacity at the moment. It seems like the attitude's kind of just rub some fucking dirt in it, get over it kind of thing. But I guess we'll see how that goes when their biggest programs start to feel the effects of the strike, because the WGA is huge. They do a lot of writing, so I guess we'll see how everything plays out, but just want to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up, and it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing, basically, and got zero clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking, some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages, there is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said GTA 6, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what? What about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. Just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for like the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for like 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. Like, that's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. Like, it's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. Nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. Just now, a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here. I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Do you know what separates us from animals? It's our ability to learn, and learn at a high level, complex, nuanced, big wrinkly-brained things that only human beings are capable of. Yeah, a dog can learn to sit and roll over, and a wild animal will learn how to hunt more efficiently over time. Whoopee! But you know what humans can learn? We can learn to jiggle peek in Counter-Strike. We can learn to juggle. What else do you really need at the end of the day? You'll never see an animal do any of that shit, not even Air Bud. Point is, we can learn. And I think today it's important that all of you watching learn that criticizing video games is not a crime. I really think it's time we stop treating the purchasing of AAA games like it's some kind of heroic charitable act. For some reason now, there's been a trend where even if a game releases and it's absolute repulsive dog shit, people treat it like it's some kind of GoFundMe for a noble cause where it's like, yeah, but you bought the game and that's what matters, thanks for supporting. Or if you decide that, hey, I bought this game and I really don't like it, so you start to criticize it, for some reason there's a not small group of people that will label you evil and say that what you're doing is just wrong and unethical because so many people worked on the game, how could you say these awful things about it? I just think it's so backwards and weird. A lot of people have been upset that a lot of customers are criticizing Redfall heavily. Redfall has been catching more shit than the porta potty at a construction site. It is a bad game. And of course, I am guilty of shitting on it pretty ruthlessly, and it's because I expect more out of the studio behind it, which is Arcane, a fantastic studio. But what they've released here is nothing shy of a dirty hemorrhoid that is an absolute blemish on the butthole of the entire gaming industry. So, I made a whole video just kind of going over all of its weakest parts and being pretty harsh on it. And that's because it's a $70 game. And it doesn't even deliver on the most bare-bones quality standards you would expect in AAA gaming. It is 30 FPS locked on console, for example, which is a laughable joke, and it doesn't even meet the threshold for what you would expect from a modern title. It is lacking in every possible department. It feels like I just was the victim of an NFT rug pull for paying $70 for this game. It's not good. And pretty much everyone everywhere is saying the same things that I am. But there is a not super small group of people that are treating this game like it's an ASPCA commercial and they're having like some kind of bleeding heart response to it where they feel protective, like their motherly instincts have kicked in and they need this game to suckle on their bosom to keep it safe. So they're getting mad at people that are saying the game is bad. Like, how could you? So many developers worked years on this project just for you to shit on it? Ridiculous! Have you no heart at all? And I just think that is so misguided and ridiculous. People have paid $70 for this. That is not a cheap game by any means. That is the highest level price that you can charge for a standard game. So you would expect the highest level quality product from it, which you do not get here. So it is entirely within people's rights to call it out for how lacking it is. It doesn't mean they hate everyone that worked on the game. I certainly don't. I just wish that the game wasn't so disappointingly bad. But there's nothing wrong with pointing out it is weak. It is a bad game. I hope that Arcane's next venture is a successful one. A lot of people are pretending that there's a lot of angry customers that are wiggling their fingers celebrating that the game is shitty, which I haven't seen. I don't know why anyone would celebrate a game being shitty after they've wasted $70 on it. I'm certainly not happy that I spent $70 on a stinker. I would have much preferred that it was a fun game that I really got into, but I didn't. Somewhere in the deep multiverse right now, there is a Charles White that is playing the fuck out of Redfall, and it's a Game of the Year contender because it was an amazing product. But that's not the reality we live in. We got a little Weenie Hut Jr. Happy Meal shovelware game with Redfall, and they charge 70 doubloons for it, which sucks. There's nothing wrong with people saying that it's bad. So stop labeling people with these harsh, mean labels because they insulted the game. I don't see a lot of celebration that the game is bad. That wouldn't make any sense. No one likes wasting money. So I just wanted to get that out of the way immediately because it ties into the bigger topic of the video, which is Phil Spencer himself, the head of Xbox, recently did an interview where he talked about his personal disappointment in Redfall and all of its shortcomings. It's a brutally honest and very interesting look into Xbox itself. So I want to dive into all of it because he gets into more than just Redfall. He gets into Xbox in general and how it's like really not even a competitor in the console wars, which was shocking to see him say that out loud because there's still so much copium from people that swear by Xbox, you know, consumer warriors that will fight tooth and nail for their favorite billion-dollar company.
they still believe Xbox is a very worthwhile console, even though there's no real exclusives, no real reason to own it. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of it, but it's something Phil Spencer also recognizes. Yeah, you know what? I will get into it real quick. Xbox has a laughable catalog of games. They have absorbed so many heavy hitters like Bethesda, but have nothing to show for it on Xbox that makes picking up the console worth it. There's no reason to own an Xbox, unless it's just what your friends are on already and you want to play with them. That's the only real reason. There's no other incentive to buy an Xbox, because the games go to PC anyway. Game Pass is an amazing deal, but no one's getting Game Pass for the first-party exclusives on Xbox or anything, because there are none. There's Halo Infinite, which was treading water for a long time and only just now starting to find its footing with some actual content, and that's about it. There's really nothing else on Xbox that would make it worthwhile other than just playing with your friends. It's a joke in the grand scheme of the console wars with Sony and the PlayStation 5 and the Nintendo Switch. But even the PlayStation 5 is lacking in exclusives. It's just... It was refreshing to see that even Phil Spencer sees this. Now anyway, let's jump in. So first and foremost, this article kind of sets the stage for Microsoft's blunders and their, rocky, rough patch that they're going through. They recently had their acquisition of Activision Blizzard blocked, which was a $68 billion acquisition, by the way. And there's also been a 30% drop in the Xbox hardware revenue, which honestly is a lot better than I thought. I figured that'd be like a fucking 50 to 60% drop, because no one that I've heard of recently is buying Xboxes, because again, there's not a real reason to. When asked about Redfall, he really does kind of just own up to all of it, and when I initially read it, my impression was that he kind of pushed it off onto Arcane Studios and less on like Microsoft itself. But when I really went back and watched the interview, the impression I get is that it was pretty somber. He truly does feel like there's a big weight on the shoulder of Microsoft to deliver quality, and they're missing the mark. So I no longer feel like he's trying to pass the blame off anywhere. It seems like he's just trying to take it all head on. So he said, there's nothing more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community, and just kind of watch the community lose confidence and be disappointed. Disappointed, I'm upset with myself. I kind of revisit our process. I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. This is him talking about how Redfall isn't even 60 frames on Xbox. Again, a fucking joke. But they are committed to getting it there eventually, though I think it's inexcusable to release the game knowing that it's not 60 frames or even at the most baseline quality you'd expect for $70. He then goes on to sing the praises of the studio behind Redfall, Arcane, which is a studio I also like, and their pedigree really does speak for itself. They've made banger after banger, and now they haven't. I also wasn't a huge fan of Deathloop either, but at least the game had ambition and it did have interesting ideas. I just don't think it was executed super well. But now, I think Redfall, there is no way of explaining anything about it that could have even been remotely construed as good or well put together. He also said something that I found particularly interesting. He said, "We do mock reviews for every game that we launch, and this is double digits lower than where we thought we would be with this game through those." That's one of the disappointing things. We would never strive to launch a game that we thought was going to review in the low 60s. It's not part of our goals. This game does not deserve to be in the low 60s. It shouldn't even be cracking the mid 40s. It is not a good game by any metric at all. The only reason why it even might be even flirting with the low 60s is because people feel so bad for it and are remembering the good old days of Arcane and don't want to accept that this is a bad game and there's nothing wrong with calling it out for being such. In fact, I would argue that it's actually healthier for the developers so they can see where to improve and what not to do again. But yeah, anyway, what I found interesting though is the mock reviews. What fucking benefit is there to doing mock reviews if the reviews come from internal teams? Obviously, they're not going to go hog wild and say everything, super bold. They're not going to be mean or aggressive with it, whereas in the gaming space, people aren't pulling punches. People are going to be brutally honest. So I really feel like mock reviews are kind of worthless. There's got to be a better system in place, and I think Phil does take notice of that. I think this has been a wake-up call for that whole process. But I just don't understand why they would have ever been under the impression that doing mock reviews with internal teams is somehow going to be helpful and a good metric of where reviews might end up in the real world. Because again, no one's going to be being that honest with their boss and their peers. No, it's just not going to happen. Everyone's going to try and sugarcoat things and be as gentle as possible, caress their cheeks a little bit, butter them up. They're not going to really give you the nitty-gritty,
tough to swallow pills about the product. This next part is where things get very wild. So he said that we're not in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. He then goes on to elaborate saying, I see the commentary that if you just build great games, everything will turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. We want our Xbox community to feel awesome, but this idea that if we just focused more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race, doesn't really lay into the reality of most people. There's no world where Starfield is an 11 out of 10 and people start selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen. I overall disagree with his core statement here about even if they were making great games, the Xbox is still kind of left in the dust, saying that no one's going to sell their PS5 or Switch for an Xbox, which I think is a weird way of looking at it because you really shouldn't be trying to think of like stealing Sony fanboys or stealing Nintendo fanboys for Xbox. You can be a fan of Sony, Nintendo, and Xbox. Like, you could just be someone who enjoys good games, and each console offers good games. That would be the ideal circumstance. So if you did have great games, system sellers, I really do think people would go to it. So I disagree that great games wouldn't matter. At least that's the way I interpreted his statement. But he does talk about some important things as well. And it's also shocking to see that the head of Xbox, the fucking guy at Xbox, is just openly admitting defeat to Sony and Nintendo in the console wars, saying that they're not under any delusion about out-consoling Sony or Nintendo here. So just kind of surrendering there, which was odd to read. But Phil Spencer calls a very important attention to the last generation of consoles where Xbox was not even a player, not even in the conversation. People probably didn't even realize Xbox One existed because it was such a fucking piece of shit. Xbox One aimed to be more than a gaming console. It aimed to be an entire entertainment hub, but it failed on that front and also failed at being a gaming console. They completely just wiped their ass with the idea of having good games anymore and wanted to get a little bigger. Their gluttony, their eyes were bigger than their stomach. They tried to bite off a market share of something that they really shouldn't have tried touching, which was just general entertainment. They needed to focus on gaming, which is what made the Xbox 360 so special, because the 360 had an unbelievably stacked catalog of games. 360 fucking went wild with how many games and how many great games it offered, and then you went to the next generation, and the Xbox One had fucking nothing. Actually nothing. And the PlayStation 4 went really hard on getting these very strong titles for their platform. And of course, Nintendo always has incredible exclusives, so they also went hard, and Xbox floundered. And they completely lost that generation, and Phil Spencer recognizes the severity of that because it got people off of Xbox and made them Sony customers or Nintendo customers, and people just kind of forgot about Xbox even making games, and it was really hard to try and claw that back. So now, with the Series X and everything, they tried to make these big strides of acquiring so much talent in the gaming space, acquiring very well-respected studios, getting fucking Bethesda, of all things, under their umbrella to try and really pump up their catalog of games because they recognize what a disaster it was to abandon that. But they're playing catch-up and they're not really making ground right now. The best thing Xbox has done is Game Pass. But it's also not exclusive to Xbox because you can access it on PC as well, which is usually just a better experience, like in the case of Redfall. You get 60 FPS on PC, you don't get 60 FPS on Xbox. So why the fuck would you even use Game Pass on Xbox for something like that? You wouldn't. You'd use it on PC. So they're just having a really hard time of getting strong titles and making it a good catalog that makes people want to get the Xbox Series X. But Phil Spencer says that even if they did have an incredible catalog of games, no one's switching at this point, which I just wholeheartedly disagree with. I feel like if Xbox did have an incredibly stacked catalog like the 360 did, people would be more than open to checking out the Series X. They would be more than open to considering getting the Xbox and playing those games. That's just the way it works. No one is playing the Nintendo Switch for third-party games. No one's getting the Switch so that way they can play fucking Elden Ring or anything. It's not happening. The Switch can barely run mobile games. The reason people have the Switch is because their catalog of exclusives, their first-party games, are so good, so people get the Switch for that and nothing else. So if the Xbox had incredible games, just like the Switch does, that are exclusive to the Xbox, I don't see why people wouldn't get it for it. Again, I think the Switch is the perfect case study here. That is an outdated, archaic piece of hardware. It fucking sucks when it comes to its technical aspect. But no one cares because the games on it slap. The first-party games, rather, and nothing else, not third-party games. I would be shocked if anyone ever played a third-party game on the Switch on their own volition. They're only getting it for the first-party games. So if the Xbox, which does have great specs, if they had good games on there, I really don't see why people would just be like, ooh, yucky, I'm not getting an Xbox, even for those incredible games. I feel like they'd be more than willing to. So yeah, unfortunately that's not where we're at right now. Xbox is just printing things that no one wants. Fucking Binky Moose Knuckles, Grand Adventure, Redfall. Like, no one's going to be getting an Xbox for any of that at all. It just becomes completely worthless. But if they turn it around and start making great games, I don't see why they couldn't at least make themselves less of a joke in the console wars or the general gaming space. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I actually really appreciated Phil Spencer's honesty here with everything and how willing he was to be open with all of it, because I imagine as the head of Xbox, that's a really hard thing to just take on the chin. Just come as the fucking face of this company, which gets spit on a lot because it's not doing super hot against the other consoles or anything, and the games haven't been great. And just come forward and just be really open and honest with it. That takes a lot of guts. So I applaud him for that. I appreciate the insight, and I really am hoping for a turnaround for Xbox. I would love to dust mine off and have a reason to play it, but right now, I don't. But hopefully in the future there will be. So I just kind of wanted to go over all of this. That's about it. See ya. Good afternoon, you blasphemous sinners. We're gonna take you to church now. It isn't gonna change our day-to-day life, but it really helps further our understanding of the universe because, again, that's huge.
Yeah, I saw they said they've been hunting these waves for over a decade now.
Yep, and they can finally confirm it with compelling evidence.
Which, can you imagine dedicating your life to something for over 10 years and then being right? And finding it. That's good news. That's like the story of Moby Dick. That's their white whale, and they caught it.
We finally did. I think it's very interesting, and I'm excited to see what else we can learn about the space around us. Hopefully the next one is dark matter.
What do you want to find out about dark matter?
That we can use it in some way. If I remember correctly, now this could just be totally wrong, and I'm willing to admit that.
It could be.
If I remember correctly, a single, like, pencil tip of dark matter creates a big enough explosion, like 10x a nuclear bomb.
I feel like we don't want to learn to harness that.
But imagine if we did.
You don't have to imagine it. You know exactly what would happen. We would weaponize it and use it.
We'd use it for really fast internet speeds. Dark matter routers.
Gaming on 5 billion gigs per second.
Then you could finally download Ark Survival Evolved in less than 3 days.
Oh my God, you're so right. Wow. The future is bright
Thanks
and
to
dark.
To the gravitational waves, baby.
Yep.
For our understanding of life
It
elsewhere.
It is.
I'm a
good.
little surprised they don't have like a personal chef to cook some yummies for them on this long
Well, I don't think
isolation.
they would going to Mars either.
An astronaut chef, I think, would be integral.
That is true. You got the engineer.
You're gonna need good nutrients.
I mean, I guess if you really think about it, they get bags and they
Yeah, but
just
imagine
have
if you had a personal chef to take those ingredients and make something incredible out of it.
They really rehydrate those foods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's an untapped market.
I think you're right. We should train to be astronaut chefs.
We could open our own like space restaurant, and maybe then we'd finally get some extraterrestrial visitors. Like, I want to try this cuisine.
Nobody visits here because they go, this food stinks.
They got Waffle House here? No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to get in a
elsewhere.
fight. I want food.
I keep thinking of gravitational waves now. So like the ripple effect that causes the gravitational waves is absolutely nuts too, because it has to do a lot with like black holes and shit. Totally unrelated to the Mars thing.
I mean, not really. They're going to have to fly through it.
So the gravitational waves push and pull the space-time continuum itself, if you can believe that.
Oh,
Yeah, like,
all right, we're going real deep.
Yeah, I was reading about that, and I was like, this sounds like actually out of a movie, and I don't know how much of it I believe anymore.
Yeah, that level of science, Mars is great. We're moving on.
Mars no gravitational waves.
Yeah, that level of science is where I get to where I'm like, you start blurring the lines of science fiction and reality, and it's like, it makes no sense.
Did you read about how they read the waves?
It was a big antenna, right?
Basically a big tuning fork out.
Really?
They stick out because they measure the distance, like when the waves hit one bar, and then the time it takes to hit the other bar.
Oh, wow.
So they basically, it's just a massive like series of antennas that travel.
That's
Well,
so cool.
and like that shit literally sounds like the plot of a Rick and Morty episode
It
where
really
Rick's
does.
like, I'm gonna send out the tuning fork into space and listen to space music.
I'm gonna have to sleep real quick.
Yep.
Cover me while I
And then it just tuning fork comes out and it like starts playing like fucking Green Day in the ship, and it's just like, it's fucking
You
Rick and
glorbed in
Morty.
my trick hole again, Morty. Yeah, never mind. I'll do the sound for you.
Yeah, you're a mama dolphin and you see your little baby.
You wanna go swim in the ocean? Oh, you go for a little swim. You go for a little swim. You should swim.
That was spot on.
Yeah.
If I was your baby dolphin, I'd be so hyped up.
Yeah,
right
you'd be
now.
really excited.
Yeah, that was really good, and you can hear. Oh,
Oh, there it is. Oh, I thought that was just me
I was like,
again.
oh my god, they're answering.
Yeah, that's what I sound like.
Legit, you translate that to English? It's just
It's,
Charlie.
it's what I was saying, probably.
Wow.
You want to grab a little pufferfish? Get a little smoky pufferfish?
Do you think dolphins like pufferfish?
Oh, they do. They get high off of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no,
forgot about
that's right.
that.
They like bite on pufferfish because it's like
Mm-hmm.
like a hit, like some kind of neurotoxin, and they just like get high.
That's crazy. As a mother dolphin, you're encouraging your baby dolphin to go do drugs.
Yeah,
now,
but they don't have
ocean drugs.
they don't have like laws in the ocean.
That's true. You're in
Survival of the fittest
maritime
down there.
Law at that point.
International water.
International waters. You can.
You can smoke pufferfish all day and night.
We should try smoking a pufferfish.
I would
for
never.
everyone. No, it
Yeah.
legitimately would just kill us.
We'd die.
We were on that list. Yeah, they are also one of 3 in 2023 to get it. It's Azerbaijan and Tajikistan. So really, what the hell are we doing that we are not malaria free yet? That's baffling.
We've had so many cool experiments to try and kill mosquitoes off entirely. I remember
Yes.
a cool one was we were turning mosquitoes in celibate.
Oh.
Or, sorry, incel. Like we were turning them celibate. Like they wouldn't reproduce anymore, so that way in a few generations they'd die off. But
Yep.
I guess that we haven't seen the fruits of those labors yet.
I love, once a year you'll see the signs up around here, well, around everywhere, with the little fish with the ninja mask on. They call them ninja fish, and you can go get one for free. I'm not making this up. This is not an Aaron story. You go get the fish and you put them in like water near your house, and they eat mosquitoes.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Dragonflies also.
Mosquito that has malaria.
There's only one type that has it?
It's the
That sick bastard.
Yeah.
Anopheles.
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 Wow.
And yeah, it was found in Sarasota County.
It was in Sarasota. That's where the dolphins were baby talking.
Oh boy.
I'm not saying I'm positive, but I think there's a correlation.
We don't have enough data yet.
Yeah, we'll get on that. We'll send Aaron. But anyways, yeah, congrats to Belize. You're killing it. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll try to catch up. It's that happy time of year again, and no, it's not Christmas. It's time to tell you about moistglobal.com. Tell them what I've got here, Chuck.
You've got a great Moist Esports jersey right there, Matt. Comfortable fit, knows how to breathe, and knows how to look good.
Breathable, comfy, perfect. You go to moistglobal.com, you pick up this bad boy, you pick up a hoodie, you pick up sweatpants, slides, headbands, we've got it all.
That is right.
Yeah, go to moistglobal.com.
That's great news.
55 discs, it would take me a day, like an entire day.
Yeah, but with a dog, you have to keep in mind, doesn't have 2 hands, only
True.
1 mouth, has to go there and back. Very inefficient. This probably took a couple months.
The story makes it sound like it was in like a short period of time in a day.
No, it seems like a mission. I think
Like she brings the dog. Okay.
when she
all
walks her dog, often Daisy will then go into the woods, get maybe 2 or 3 frisbee golf
Gotcha,
discs, and
gotcha.
then
I was much more thinking like the way it sounded was like Daisy went into the woods and then came out with a fuck ton of discs, and her owner was like, "Holy shit! Like that's 155
she'd need
frisbees."
to rent a U-Haul for that.
True. Well, great job, Daisy,
Good
and
work,
I hope
Daisy.
all of those discs sell.
Amen.
Oh.
That's so sweet.
Oh my god. This might be the cutest one we've covered yet.
Yeah, this is
I can't
adorable.
handle that. I'm gonna cry.
And immediately getting into the shade because the sun hurts.
Yeah, it does. It does. So there's some bad there too. So yeah, well, somebody look real quick. I think you're right. I was like, why would it leave an LA?
Yeah, why would it leave a sanctuary?
But yeah, as you saw there, Vanilla and Shake got rehomed. They were 2 of the last 7 chimpanzees to get rehomed from this facility. Shake ran right outside. Shake was excited. Vanilla was apprehensive. She sat in the door and was like, I'm not really sure. And then as you saw, Dwight, the alpha male, was like, no, you're good, come out, jumped right out. Just adorable.
That was adorable.
But yeah, was it, so it's from a New York, yeah, redact everything I said about the LA thing, made no sense. From a New York-based lab, rehomed. Yeah, that seems weird as shit. Why would you not, maybe they just didn't even see the thing about Beckett?
Maybe they didn't know about Beckett.
I just can't imagine you know about PSA but not Beckett.
Yeah, especially after like this kind of publicity around the card. But yeah, so it has been apparently authenticated, but I do want to at least put out a little wiggler here that there's a chance that it could be counterfeit. From what I recall, there was at least one instance where a card did get graded that was fake.
I'll throw it out there. It's counterfeit.
It could. Maybe. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. It's a 1 of 1, meaning that they had nothing to compare it to. But I imagine if they authenticated it, they had to go to Wizards, right?
If Wizards did, but like what we were expecting, where Wizards would hold the card to sell more boxes.
Yeah.
Imagine they did, and this was found, but Wizards knows how much shit they'll get if they say that's not the real card, and they're just like, fuck.
Yeah, how do you know that's not the real card? Well,
yeah, because like the real card's in my office right now.
It's still in my office.
Oh man. They're in a pickle. I know this is all just us making things up, but man, are they in a pickle.
It's a speculative pickle on our head theory.
Yeah, as I like to say on the legal side, that card is as fake as I legally can say as a joke.
Good news though for the.
Yeah, I hope you cash in. I hope you get your money. Please sell the card.
You gotta sell it.
There's a lot of people who'll be like, I'm keeping this and hanging it on my wall. You may do that. Just sell the damn thing.
I don't think there's many people that would turn down $2 million for a Magic the Gathering card. Well, we were gonna hold it ransom for more money.
It would have been,
which you're welcome to do, by the way.
If you want to give it to us. What, we'll pay half price?
Yeah, we'll take like a finder's fee. He's the opposite. We'll take a hostage fee to let us conduct the ransom negotiations.
All right. Now I want it.
Hey, it's that magical moment of the good news segment where we win you a lot of money through the lottery. Here's this week's Powerball winners coming right up.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm catching a big one.
You know, if the guy would have just played our numbers, or girl, he wouldn't have needed that Lord of the Rings card to sell.
That's true, because your first Powerball number is what, Matt?
66.
All right. I'm going back into the money pool. Ooh. Oh, that's a big duck.
It's crazy that we give out such good content for free. We actually make you money. 25.
Mm-hmm. Make sure to play these, sports fans.
What do you think the next one's going to be?
It's going to be an 8.
Really? Yep. That's an 8. Oh, it's a 50. You know what I'm feeling on this one? 12.
12. That's like catching a giant tuna. Whoop. Here we go.
Why?
He's on the line. Why is it like catching a giant tuna? I don't know.
44.
Man, these... Hey, far be it from me to question our scientific method, but these are some high numbers.
We are simply the vessel that God reaches through to pull out these numbers.
True. Ain't that the truth? All right.
Some would call us angels.
Yep, last one.
36.
And now your Powerball number. Where's those special ducks?
That was genocide.
I'm going into a different pond.
Nice. Fish on.
All right. Your Powerball number?
2.
All right.
All right, here, hold your mic. So we go smallest to biggest, right?
Yep.
I gotcha. All right, we've got, read them for them.
25, 36, 44, 50, 66,
and 2.
Man, that's going to be a crazy Powerball drawing this week when 10 million people win it.
Yeah, they're all gonna get $1.
Yeah.
And it'll be great.
It'll be a big split, and you're
I
welcome.
really cannot wait for that to happen.
It's gonna happen. I'm
It
feeling
will.
good.
I agree.
All right. And here's Aaron with the Grimace Shake.
Hey Patriots, it's Grimace's birthday, so I'm back to review another special sandwich from a very special restaurant for a very special boy. This is the Grimace meal. I got the purple shirt on, just special for him. It's a Big Mac, some fries, and a big yucky purple shake, just like him. I don't really love that because it makes me feel like I'm eating the big guy, and I don't want that. No, I didn't come here to beat around the bush. Let's get right into what we were really looking for. Speedrunning this one, the Grimace milkshake. Got a good color, a little bit uneven in the dispersal of the syrup, but it looks good. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. Maybe an elderflower, elderberry, lavender sort of flavor, very herbal. Now, what are you doing in there, flavor? Now, what's that? What are you doing in there, flavor? You're acting up a little bit. What are you doing in there? It's supposed to be reminiscent of cereal milk or frosting. That's definitely true. Well, that's remarkable. That's actually a really fucking good milkshake. It's probably going to give you like 2,000 calories and like fart cancer, but not bad. Good job. I don't know if Grimace made that himself, but I like to think so. 2 thumbs up. Good birthday. Happy birthday, Grimace.
I haven't seen a single positive thing about this game so far. Like, I assumed it probably wasn't going to be great based on all the footage of it, but the game is absolutely getting annihilated. How many gigs was it? Man, how? I haven't even started the game. How did I already get a crash? What? I'm actually just sitting in the main... That doesn't bode well. That does not bode well. Worse than Redfall? It's reviewed worse than Redfall so far, but I don't know. We haven't started it yet.
But it was
Those are the flowers from Bikini Bottom.
Not roses.
Well, let's see how he responds to some light.
He won't respond well to some light, I'll tell you right now, Gandalf. Alright, let's go! It's about time we get to play as Gollum.
What is your name?
There he is, little goofball. Oh, he's so kawaii. Look at those big eyes. Aww. Damn. I really thought that could be a good sequence break, or not a sequence break, a good skip. Sorry, Smeagol. The journey ends early. Oh wow, way back here, huh? Yikes. Okay, not doing that again.
How they called it, the Orcs is dead.
So you talk to the orcs?
Man, I can hardly hear. Why are they whispering? It's like ASMR with Gollum and Gandalf. Oh, gee, what the fuck? That was a big stutter. Damn you, Mordor. Yeah, I don't know why it's running so poorly. I mean, I know why. It's just a bad PC port, I'm guessing. I've tried to not look up too much about the game, because I want to experience all of the negativity surrounding it firsthand so I don't go in with any biases. But I do know one thing about the game, that the game is basically just a chore simulator. So all you do is do actual meaningless chores forever. That's all I know about it. And then once you're done doing your chores, you go to sleep. That's it. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance tool that gives you access to a ton of tools that help you really take control of everything in your life. I brought on an expert at forgetting his passwords, Matt, and he has a lot of expenses that build up because of it, but now with Rocket Money it makes it a lot less of a headache.
Yeah, so as Charles said, I've got a ton of subscriptions that I forget to cancel and forget the passwords to all the time, so I'm always having to go through and do weird things to cancel them. But thanks to Rocket Money, it's an all-in-one finance platform that I can use to cancel my subscriptions, monitor my credit cards. I can use it to set monthly budgets for myself, so it's something we've used as a team as well with our credit cards. So once again, thanks a lot to Rocket Money for sponsoring the video. So go join more than 3.4 million users on Rocket Money by signing up at rocketmoney.com/moist.
Or just clicking the link in the description.
Oh boy. No, let us go! Okay. Idiots! This is a full price game. Well, it's $50, not 60, or not 70, or 60, I guess. So it's got that going for it. Pardon? What? Who discovered me? Huh? Who? What? Do they have a UAV online or something? What? No one alerted. Man, tailing missions fucking suck. Oh, I can actually attack?
Take this one first.
Come here, coward! Gotcha. You're next, Bubba. Is he gonna trip and fall? Oh, no, I see. He's gonna get swarmed. Nope, he tripped and okay. What a plan. Why they make him look so silly? He's just a silly little guy. What would Tolkien think about this? He's probably super upset that he's dead and unable to play it. He's looking down right now from heaven like, dag nabbit, would have loved to play this game. Doing me proud. Okay. I actually get to make choices here. I say we go full Goblin Golem here. Let's kill it. Oh! Her eyeballs looked like the LimeWire logo. Those were cool eyes. Okay.
He won't.
Let's do Gollum again.
That stinks.
That was a Gollum line, just it stinks. Okay. Enough said, I guess. Follow me. Clean. Oh, it's Q, not E. Outplayed! Oh. Did they just put them... I thought they were just gonna run all the way to the pin themselves. Oh, they just might. What are they doing? Ah. First Rings of Power, now this. They're just shitting all over Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I mean, you know. They're not on a hot streak, that's for sure. But just wait until the Lord of the Rings dating simulator comes out. That's when we'll finally start getting back into the glory days.
Take it back. Make Oxys do all the work instead. Don't listen, my love.
How does the game feel to control?
That's it. Now back to the mine master.
Like, clunky is probably not the right word, because it's not super clunky, it just feels very stiff. So now we go and call it a day. All I've done is get insulted and do a couple of really trivial chores. What a big day. I'm beat. Did you pre-order for 5 of Gollum's iconic emotes and poses?
I've seen people
No, that's cool.
all night staring out that
Wow.
window.
Man, this game's making me real sleepy. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's like hypnotizing.
I hear you're quite the climber.
Water, please.
Can you shut up? I'm trying to have a conversation with my friend. Close call. I almost went straight down. Probably would have died from fall damage. Ah, there it is.
That must be the cracker.
Yeah! That was hype. Oh, I thought this was a cutscene. Are you actually going to finish this game? We'll see. If it stays like this, no shot. I am struggling to stay awake right now for it. So there's no way if it stays like this I'll be able to finish it. It's just this for like 12 hours. Oh god, okay.
I smell incompetence.
Aye, but who's a looking at Sklimmerip?
And now he wants bread for crawling through some dirt. Take it then. Nobody
Oh
shall
my
call
god.
Krishna unjust. Back upstairs with you.
Okay, I'm struggling. I'm fucking struggling. I am struggling. Hold on, I gotta stretch.
Just one stone each day, so the guards wouldn't notice.
Why?
Oh, think.
What happened?
That was a cool line.
One day he slipped.
Why don't you move?
That's what I'm fucking saying. Can we kick in the afterburners here? A little turbo drive? This is very slow. Oh no, it just crashed, didn't it? I shouldn't have complained. Oh. That's on me. That's my fault. It hurt me. It hurt its feelings. It's been 72 minutes? Oh man, time's moving so weird in here. Time flies when you're having fun, yeah. That's a good point, yeah, this game's a lot like One Piece. It starts to get good after like 100 hours. So we just gotta give it a chance to shine. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, oh shit. I don't think they'd be getting as much hate if the game wasn't related to Lord of the Rings. I disagree. The game's just really fucking boring. But yeah, I don't think people would be weighing the property against the quality of the game. They'd just be like, man, this game is fucking boring. Yeah. Man, the Master of Stealth strikes again. What the fuck is this? That's a cool effect. Huh. Must be like deceptively dark in these shadows here. Just the wind. Must have just been the wind. Brother, go investigate it. What are you doing? Oh, shit. Oh, of course that's the one he investigates. Oh, shit. Unlucky, I didn't know there was anyone up here. Oh, hey, hey, hey! That was brutal. Oh, I'm stuck. Why is this blocked? What did I do that alerted you? What the fuck? Help! Help!
That one, yes. How do we get there?
What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this? I don't even know what the fucking story is, I'm gonna be honest. I dozed off during one of those cutscenes, but I don't think I missed that much. What the fuck? Why are we doing this? We're going to Grand. Okay. Nope, just the wind. Oh fuck, he's not buying it. I'm stuck. No shot, he knows how to get down here.
That's too easy.
What's that?
Oh fuck. Ah.
Pass me the bottle.
Just the wind. Just the wind. Oh god. If I could have just squeezed my way through there.
You stop.
I'm not moving, brother. If that guy will come to me, maybe then I can just shoot the gap.
Come back here.
Move a little closer. Go for it. Oh god. Oh. That worked out. Damn, that was clean.
Who wants to sleep? Just a little further, sweet one. Just a little.
Let's go! Excellent work, Gollum. Great tenacity. What the fuck? What was that? Get out of my head, Sauron.
Make them squeal. Make them choke. Make them burn.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's like Forspoken. Alright, we made the bomb. Huge, 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 huge.
Now in goes the redstone.
Stock teapot sound, love that. Oh, this way. Yeah, that's just on me. Holy fuck, that was hype.
No, not us.
Yes. You.
They have caught me red-handed 3 times now and they're not killing me.
We wasn't there.
Why do they keep just like capturing me?
Into your soul.
No, she promised to let Smeagol live.
No, I promised you'd be free.
It's just like out of Pirates of the Caribbean. I am a man of my word. It was you who failed to specify when or where. And he strands them on the island. Man, I've been quoting the fuck out of Pirates of the Caribbean recently. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen that movie in years. Do you kill the orc now?
Not to be touched. Glorious end. Listen to me. If you ever betray one of my people, as much as a mere syllable of a name, we are enemies, you and I.
No shit. I would expect that. man. What? My apologies. No, no. I'm sorry. So sorry.
He doesn't want the frail man to have a glorious end.
I am sorry. You did well today. There
That
will be plenty of
was a
opportunities
drastic
to
change of attitude.
They've taken our bread.
No, I already got the spoilers on what this is. They have a bird breeding mini game, so I get to breed birds, which is fucking hype. Feeder 1 deployed. Is the story at least interesting? Not really. I'm going to be honest. I've dozed off a couple times, so I'm sure I've missed some tidbits of lore. But yeah, I mean overall, not very interesting. Right now the best thing I can say about the game is at least it's not $70. It's $50. Which is still expensive for this. This is not AAA quality.
Make peoples work for us.
No, 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 no. I thought that would land me on the thing. Let me up. Oh. Let me up, let me up, let me up. Let me up! Hello, Io. You heard I was playing Lord of the Rings Gollum and had to see for yourself if it lives up to the hype?
Nice bread with juicy
I
maggots.
get you. I know. What if I told you it exceeded the hype? Would you believe me?
Your gun is useful, and
I have actually betrayed you 3 times and you've caught me all 3 times. Why do you keep using me?
Clearly something vital.
You would not believe how hard it is to find good help. I've done nothing for them. All I have done is steal from them and they've caught me every time.
And if it cannot be yours, then whose head shall it be?
Yours.
He wants us to give him names, or it's a test.
I'll just keep blaming the orc. Fuck that guy.
Adam.
Don't miss.
That's a word I haven't heard in a while. Say your prayer, little man.
What'd you say to me? Little? Why, Iona?
Knows us.
In the cage.
Man, these guys may be big assholes that torture people and beat them and kill them, but, you know, they like animals. They like the little birds, so they're not all that bad.
It will love and serve you for the rest of its life. You can go back to your cell.
Sounds good. Cute. So why the fuck are we breeding birds in here? What could possibly be the reason for that? New friend!
Desert man.
I don't like this.
Where's the next one? Oh, I just sent him. Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck! No, my friend! I'm so sorry. That's just bad guidance. That's on me. That's on me. I didn't know where to send you.
What's it waiting for?
Probably have to send you over there first, so you don't alert them.
Looks like a good face. Go, go.
On my way.
Man, this guy's got some real jets on him.
Go, go.
Yes.
And then, I guess just send him to the lever.
Over there, see?
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, go, 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 fuck. Sorry. Oh, God, I hit him with that stutter step. Oh, what? Okay. Don't worry, they went in there and got hit with a petrification beam or something. I don't really know.
Good. Now he
Narcoleptic, I guess.
There are more.
It will have to wait, Elith.
Yeah, shut up.
Go on.
Stupid.
What else do you remember?
I'm his favorite kid now. I'll lie again.
Big ugly clothes it had, like a thief.
Halt! You've just reached a smile checkpoint. And it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's gonna tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran. And he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where we can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all of the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, red-blooded
God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get like too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants. Like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail. I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at 1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deep. Deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes, so he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, you know, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube. So it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail. And they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully, as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Why can't I get this timing even a little bit? Like, this one feels good, but it's too late. Then I go too early half the time. Where is the porridge that's just right? Let's try here. Yeah, there we go. You still doing Cork off Perfect Waifu? No, I'm retiring Cork entirely. Perfect Waifu, we still go Pirate Hat.
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope.
Whoa, that's never happened. That was sad. That's probably never happened in the history of running this game. Let's see how the first waifu launch of the night goes. Man, I'm not even gonna reach it. Holy. Can I bail out anywhere? Not really. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Did this game get like a hotfix tonight? Why is he not grabbing that anymore? That's 2 times tonight, and that's never happened before until tonight. What is going on? He is straight up refusing to grab that. When I've never had that issue. What? What is going on? Wow. Actually, perfect. Do I need to wait for Dragon from here, though? I don't know. I will just to be safe. I don't know if I need to or not. I've actually never hit that. Because he goes around, and I'm not doing the speedrun route, so I think he hits me if I go for it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Because I'm just going to do normal route since I haven't practiced this, and I think I actually might still be able to sub hour. This was with like 3 catastrophic failures too. And it's actually still in the cards potentially. I full fell 3 times. Oh shit, I don't make that. Yes I do. Cause I'm fucking clutch. This might be a little tough though. Nope. Damn.
We are in this world to get
No.
experience.
Fuck.
To move forward.
I got the last
So the
little
meaning of
dinky
life is in life
hitbox on that.
Wow,
Fuck.
that's cool.
God damn, this is gonna be like a 1 hour, 1 minute run. Fuck, what a shame. Even with all of these catastrophic failures, still very easily could have been sub-hour. Yeah, this was such a sloppy run, like an absolutely ridiculously sloppy run, so I think sub 45's in the cards, to be honest. Like I said, I had so many full falls in this one and still got just over an hour. We take that. First run was 2 hours, 54 minutes. Second run is an hour. That's substantial improvement.
You've come a long way.
This is on track for sub 40. Not really. Thanks to the resub cup. Well, if I hit everything perfectly, maybe, but that's just unlikely. He's got about, like, this angle. He goes back and forth a few times. And then hits it. That's... I'm not even gonna make it. I don't understand, man. Ugh. That's the second time that I don't even make it off that. I'm hitting the right spot on the bed, too. 1057. Just remember that. We'll add it to whatever this is. When I put my fingers back on the keyboard after stretching, I accidentally hit the timer pause key. Just add 11 minutes to whatever I finish this with. So legitimately this was a sub 13 Earth, which is actually, I think, my best time. I got every single trick first try. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, just climb it. You little asshole. Alright. God, this pace is actually so fucking good too. It is a shame that it's sullied a bit by me accidentally restarting timer. Just add 11 minutes to what are you doing? Climb it. Just add 11 minutes. This is by far my cleanest run here, though. That is a 1530 Jesus hand. Perfect waifu. This run is so nasty. This is a sub 20. I prefer my setup for waifu, it just feels better. What just happened? What hitbox did I land on there? Huh? I jumped and then hit something on the way down. What? Oh. What a throw. What a fucking throw. What? That's new. Well, I get to practice waifu, I guess. Perfect waifu. Man, my waifu setup is so good. Like, actually so good. I've first tried everything here except for the easiest fucking trick in the run. And I hit 2 perfect back-to-back waifus to keep this pace, which is crazy.
Many things were terrifying at night and became a
God, we're on
laughing
such
matter
good
when
fucking
daylight
pace.
came.
I'm not going cheese. There is no reason to even risk it. I can do cheese, I've done cheese, but I'm not gonna fucking risk it here, not for this. Oh, tragic. Clipped by the wing. Right when he gets to the corner and makes the sound. Right now. Yep, I think that's gonna be the strat. Then I get over his wing hitbox. Sub 4. Whoa! What? Wait, that's never happened! Wait, what? Huh? I've never even seen that happen. Wait, how? How did he wiggle me off? I didn't even do anything. That hitbox has never once kicked me off. My hands were off the keyboard. All I had was a hand on a mouse. What the fuck, man? Well, I get to practice my new dragon setup, I guess. That was crazy. Whoa! What is going on? Something had to have just happened to the game during all that. I've never been kicked off Dragon once I'm on top of his hitbox. And then I just fall through solid floor walking. The game had some kind of crazy fucking hiccup there. Was this one of those moments where like a solar flare just changed the value in the hex code? Voice crack. Like with the tick-tock clock from Mario 64? Veritasium has a whole video on it, and I think I was just a victim of another one. I wonder if it's gonna kick me off again. Oh, it's really fucking trying. Okay. What is going on? Holy shit. There's nothing I can do to save this. If I try and move, I fall off. If I do anything, I fall off here. So, all I can do is just put it in the Lord's hands now. There's nothing I can do here. If I fall off, I fall off. I'm completely powerless here. A single movement throws me off. So, we'll see. Oh my god, that was clean. Holy shit, that was so clean. I still think I have to wait for Dragon to go around or I'm gonna get clipped. I still think I have to. Or I can try the speedrun route. Which is this, which I know I won't get hit in. Oh my god, I'm not doing that ever again. I almost fell. If I still sub-hour after all, like, this cacophony of disaster and sadness, I will be elated. And a little disappointed that this is my sub-hour, if it is. Horse tried to kick me off. Not on my watch. Not today. No, sir. No, sir. The jockey is in.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain experience, we need to move forward. So the meaning of life is in life itself. Well.
Yeah, I'm smelling something real stinky. Yeah. Woo! Alright, alright. No, timer's wrong, timer's wrong. Right now we're at 51:52. Well, a little less than that, like... Because it was 10:57 when I accidentally slapped my pause button. So, add 10:57 to whatever I've got right here. Timer's off. It's still sub-hour and it's still better than Lud. Let's fucking go. That was with... Actually, 52 minutes. Wow. That was actually with 3 different fucking dragon failures. No, 4. Because I missed the first rotation, I think, right? 4 dragon failures, plus the fall through solid floor, still sub-hour.
You've come a long way.
So icy. This actually could have been a sub-35 run. If I had hit dragon on the first one, it would have been a sub-35 fucking run. This was so crazy. Everything was perfect except dragon. Shit, man, that was a crazy run. Things are resubsane. Oof. Wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Nope, can't make it. Wires. I didn't get far enough up. That's alright. It's still faster than my PB. I have been lights out with this. I haven't missed that once tonight. Whew! Alright, nice. Actually ahead of PB time. I was at 10:57 at elevator here. Or leaving elevator here. So we're making up ground on what was an incredible run. Yep. This is my magnum opus Earth run. Actually, everything perfect except windmill. Windmill went wires instead of to, roof. 12-minute Earth. Now, we just gotta perform admirably on everything else. I am very good at everything up till Dragon, though. I'm very consistent on everything up till Dragon. Dragon is just the hardest trick in the run. For everybody.
And it will be given to you. Seek.
But I like my new Dragon setup.
Knock, and it will be open to you.
Okay. My waifu setup was absolutely lights out on my PB. I had to hit it perfectly twice and still got it. So let's see if I'm still locked into the mainframe. Nope. Damn! Shit. I wasn't sharp enough on the angle. Okay. We're still, saving time on PB. I was 2023 ship last time, I think. And that was with 2 perfect waifu, so we're still saving time. Stop climbing! You're wasting my time. No! No, 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 no. Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Okay. Oh, I didn't get the jump off, but we still made it. Okay. That would have been like an actual big time loss that I'd be upset about. Oh my god, just let me up. Oh my god, please. This isn't where I wanted to be. But it's where I have to settle for right now. Oh my god, this pace, this pace, this pace! This fucking pace, I'm not going cheese. I just don't want to risk it. I am very confident in my cheese, but I'm not risking it. It's not worth risking. Not with this pace. I really like my cheese, but it's not worth it. Sub 25. Leaving Bifrost Bridge. Out of Asgard. Holy shit, this pace. What the fuck? I'm on a different playing field. I'm in a new dimension. I've tapped into the Speed Force. We're going for it. We're going 1 rotation dragon. Let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Time to get stinky.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your
Nope,
own
I'm already too
savior
slow.
while you can.
Why did he start so early? Going for it anyway, we're full sending. Not even close. Fuck, man! Was I slow or did he start early? Come on now. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. This is a really good position. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. Okay, I think we're set. I think that's the only spot it can kick you off if you have a bad spot. Alright. Now we just have to execute at a high level. Does he full send after Dragon? Or does he wait for Dragon to go by? Tell me now. I need to know now. He full sends. Okay, then I'll do the same. No! Oh, what a... You can't teach that clutch factor. I'm born with it. Go, 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 go. Full send. No! No, no! Time loss. Stop climbing everything! What are you doing with the pig? Get off its ass! Perfect yoga balls. Oh no, I can't make it. I can't beat Moon Moon. But that's alright, that's alright. We can still have a great run here. No, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played it safe. Okay, I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. I had stars in my eyes. I am so fucking clutch, it's unreal. What? Oh my god, what am I made out of? Is there even human DNA left in me, or is it all just gamer?
We are in this world to gain experience.
Woo, baby! What a run!
Life is in life itself. Well, that's cool.
Just barely missed Moon here. But what a fucking run regardless. Holy shit. I am a weapon. I am an actual speedrunning weapon. MK Ultra was designed to try and find a specimen as powerful as me, and they failed. You had to wait for millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to reach something like this. Wow! Wow! Thanks to the Prime Skizzy and the resub Gauge. Yes! Fucking huge run! And there is still so much room for improvement. I fucked up waifu. I fucked up waifu skip and I didn't get dragon in first rotation. I can absolutely sub 30 this shit. God damn it. Why I oughta. So nasty. The sauce is too tasty with me. Just slow roll a victory lap here. Oh. 36 minutes according to the game. Holy shit. And to think, just yesterday I was celebrating a 2-hour 54-minute completion. How cringe. What a little homunculus I was yesterday, to think that that was worthy of a celebration.
As a reward, you get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot.
Everything about that run was perfect except my waifu and missing first dragon. And my waifu setup is usually deadly consistent. I always go to her elbow, I always give that shit a little tickle. It's just that time I got very dreadfully unlucky. Oh, yoga balls too. I don't really count the yoga balls though. Fucking up there is not a huge time loss, I don't care that much. But yeah, I did miss yoga balls first as well. I'm number 141 on the leaderboard. You love to hear that. Top 150 already? Destined for greatness. Woo! And you just knocked Lud off the leaderboard. Hey, skill issue. Gotta work on it. Gotta clean it up. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. I got my first completion yesterday, and I'm already chipping it down to 37-minute runs. Get this in slow-mo, you're gonna see it go straight.
Get up.
Yeah! Get out of the state, Wokey.
I hate when people say that to me.
I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I'm gonna come in.
Maybe stab him.
Or here.
Oh!
Alright, what's going on, Patriots? Today we're testing out stab vests from the cheapest Wish variants all the way to the top of the line. Got inspired because I saw that viral video of that guy like showing off basically that suit from John Wick in real life. I think it was PSS. He was on stage, guy kept stabbing him like 1,000 times, didn't penetrate. I was like, wow, that's magic. I wonder if all stab-proof vests are that strong. So we're testing it. We couldn't get PSS. It looks like they only sell to like actual fucking assassins or something. But we got
this, which is equivalent.
Yeah, we got the next best thing.
But we'll see. And then we've got our target dummy over there. Yeah. We're gonna stab them with everything from little pocket knife,
all the way up to the
knives,
CS:GO Marble Fade,
and a master sword,
and also this puppy.
And then to have like a real knife, we have a K-bar.
Yeah,
so, the only like real thing. I really hate that you're doing that.
Just giving her a little test drive.
That's good. Here, yeah, let me give you a little test drive.
Yeah, give me a little test.
Oh.
See, that's pretty impressive.
No.
He didn't even flinch. That was crazy.
I actually have
really trusting the
how
vest.
much is the vest I'm wearing?
That one is the $125 one.
Gamble on 100.
No.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with our little. How much was this one?
This is $40 from Wish, right?
Yeah, this one was $40.
Which one do you want?
I'm
me
gonna test this first because I have a sneaking suspicion this
We're
is
gonna
going straight.
Start
through.
with the little one, okay.
This is going right through like butter.
The first test, we just don't even bother with the little one.
Get this in slow-mo, you're gonna see it go straight through.
Go in?
Yeah.
Wait, did it actually? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Here, I can keep it going too, I think.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's just like actually straight through. You wouldn't be able to prevent a knife assault from a Smurf, I guess. This is actually worthless. Well, maybe you're just getting
Should we wait? Should we do a control test where there's no vest and you see what it's like to just go into the actual bag?
Yeah, but
he did get.
Oh wait, you're
I'm
actually just all the
straight
way
through. With this, Chelsea, is this advertised as stab proof?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you pull up the?
Here, I'll pull up the.
Is this the wrong side?
Let's move on to a real knife.
Yeah, I understand.
Here.
What the?
Ready? We're gonna do cut.
Okay.
There's a little cut there. And that's in the bag for sure. In the bag.
That is absolutely in the bag. This actually seems like it's flimsier than flesh.
Yeah, that's.
It accepts the blade more than your skin would.
It wants to be stabbed.
Yeah, it's like a stab magnet. Oh my god. The newest U.S. Army military tactical vest, anti-stab, hard self-defense clothing, bulletproof security equipment, MIN, tactical vest, bulletproof vest, and mountaineering vest. That's this line. Oh my god. They're killing our soldiers with these. This is their latest and greatest.
That's what $40.
And they advertise bulletproof. I got through it with this. I actually don't think this will get super.
That it's not really sharp at the point anymore.
Yeah.
I like that you said anymore, like we didn't dent that out of the
Well, that's what I
box.
meant. It's not sharp anymore because you dented it the first time you picked it up.
Yeah! Hey, you sounded like that.
Yeah.
Our real test, I guess, is just the K-bar every time.
Okay. I mean,
Oh, he's coming in with the kitchen knife.
This is gonna be like actually a knife sharpener. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't recommend getting your safety equipment from Wish. I don't think.
Yeah.
So this one is a cut-resistant shirt, kind of like the gloves you would wear to like cook. So this will, I see no way this stops a stab.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
How much is this one, Chelsea?
This one was $84 on Amazon.
This is 84.
Yes, and
It's just a shirt. It feels like just a shirt.
What? 5. Wow.
Out of how many levels though?
100.
How many levels are there? Do you know?
I have no idea how many levels, but yeah, it says like it's level 5 stab proof, slice resistant. Hold on, where did it just go?
Show the camera.
It's not like chainmail or anything.
Yeah, this is just two. We're giving it extra too. It's
Yeah, 'cause
normally
there's
just
two.
one layer.
Yeah, it is just one layer usually. I mean.
Wait, hang on, wait.
Oh. The way it just glides off.
All right, slash resistant.
Okay.
Just leave that in there.
Maybe level 5 is up to age 5.
This is a level 5 K-bar.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll slash. It's slash resistant. I'll give it that. And it's dead. Fully dead.
This has to be a level 1 blade. This has to win against this. Surely, no shot.
Like World of Warcraft weaponry.
Oh, we just stopped it.
No.
Yeah.
Does that one feel more sturdy? Well, you gave yourself a little test.
Yeah,
so.
no, this one, I actually think will stop most of it, not all of it.
So we'll start with the small knife again on this one, because I have hopes that this can stop the small knife.
It will.
Oh yeah, there's a little something in there. It's like gel almost. Mine's like a metal plate.
Yeah, this one's more, I think it's, yeah, it does kind of feel like a really big piece of like styrofoam.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this just cut that so easily.
Cut or stab?
Oh, like I can.
It's
like a nice knife
to go
through butter.
through.
Yeah. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm not killing anyone today with this. Not if you're wearing this puppy. Oh. All right.
You're past the level 1 knife.
This is the first best to pass
Yeah.
the 1/4-inch blade. Big slash. Uh-oh.
Did it stop it?
No, it stopped. I think. Yeah, it feels stopped.
You're not putting your elbow grease in it. Like you really want to kill this guy. He said, get out of the state, Wokey. And you're like, no sir.
Well, I hate when people say that to me.
Okay, well that one got through.
He's dead.
Did he go all the way through?
I mean, that's not fair though. He called me a Wokey, so he was never gonna live.
Okay, I'm crawling through the jungle. I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I gotta come in.
Maybe stab him.
Oh!
I put a lot behind that too.
You're not a blue-blooded American.
What did you say to me?
No.
I don't know. Maybe you just found like the one
Maybe I did.
small
Here, wait.
weakness in there.
Where did you go in? Was it like over here?
You went in right here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go in
okay.
your area.
Yeah.
Call me a Wokey again. It really gets my
Hey,
blood pumping.
blue hair.
Whoa! I hate blue hairs.
You're off to the side again, Matt. You're in the sensitive spot.
Where do you want me to stab him? I found the weak point.
Stab him right here.
Yeah, you can't stab them
here?
in the right spot.
All
It's
right.
got to be in the most protected area.
Oh, you're right.
It's a stronger spot.
Wait. Call me a Wokey.
Oh, this. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to like.
Oh, you immediately cut into it.
That's okay. It's just the fabric.
It's just fabric.
It's not slice proof, is it? It's just stab proof.
Well, nothing can.
The plate might be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
can really be stabbed. Wow, I'm really kind of getting.
Yeah, you're like really wrecking that bad boy.
Filleting it. You see that knife work?
It honestly looks cooler.
Okay.
All right. Oh. Oh.
I didn't get it straight enough in there though, so let's.
Look, it's taunting you. Angle of azimuth. That's pretty good.
That's actually very good. Here, you try.
All right. I got a little more in that time.
Yeah, it looked
but
like
not
you
bad.
did.
I don't think that went through. Maybe it did.
I don't.
That's
think
pretty
so.
good.
I don't think it did it?
Yeah, should we drop it to the floor and let Charlie mount it?
Well, I don't. Oh wow.
Go
don't
ahead.
think that's
Charlie, get on him.
Okay.
Fuck him up.
All right. Get out of my house, burglar.
Wait.
You won't find what you're looking for here. Oh! That was scary.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's smart.
Tag out. Tag out.
It's Matt's turn. I think you might have got through it that time.
I'm in, baby.
Somehow my kitchen knife didn't work. my time and stable wasn't good enough.
Oh. The good news is nobody has to be worried about getting attacked by Charlie.
Yeah, I'm like a
Is he like crawls on top and he'll just kind of like sit there for a second.
You'd be asleep and you'd be like, "What's happening?" You'd like slowly be like, "I'm going to sleep."
Yeah, I'm just like afraid now. It blew up my other knife.
This should be far stronger.
Well, that's what we said about the marble fade.
That's not what we
That's
said.
not-
about
That's
that
like a
one.
$4 Walmart knife.
I just want to give it one good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one.
Like to really send him to the shadow realm.
Wow.
Ooh, that one kind of got in there. Yeah.
Could just be a mugging. But yeah, like look at that. That's good.
That is good.
Wow.
That was 5 minutes showing it's great. You
That
wanna
was
try?
good, yeah.
I don't. I'm good. I've seen enough.
It seems like if you are worried about a stabbing, you need to start spending 400 plus.
Yeah, that's where it gets good. 400 and up, you're safe.
Anything under 400 is probably not going to do too much for you, I don't
We
think.
should do this with the real high end, like like can you break a K-bar on like $1,000?
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but PSS wouldn't sell to us.
Maybe now, once they see this video, maybe they'll send us one to test.
Oh, true, yeah.
So if you're watching,
We're the
give us
experts
one.
now.
Yeah. Any last words?
Okay, cool. Huh?
Any last words?
No, just I think it's about time we stop stabbing each other. It is Just a Story horror game. Cool name. Mouse right click to pause. Interesting. It's Just a Story horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read. Oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part. Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently 2 types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by fuck. Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. Because it's true. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that. Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called
How could I have not thought of that?
Colorado region on Earth. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is
to be
AI
able to
generated.
store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
This is a bunch of
Team Alpha was
gobbledygook.
in
This
charge
means
of
nothing.
mutation of the blood
This
cells.
means nothing.
But they had to
Steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are
on a whole level.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought it was
Dan has
over.
been
I thought we were about
working
to
on
play the
research
game.
to find a solution
If there is
to
a
what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the good. He saw the house garage open, his wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten, cost his brain to safe boot. Back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He
not
safe
even his
booted.
name, his
wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? No! It's just a zombie. I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why? Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon! Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find the girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking
get the code
whale in the
for a
sky?
safe.
Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these. There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that skibbity toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your
What?
blood tastes better in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. Whatever. Just, let's go. We need a way out of this school. Like a vehicle.
I don't
What do you
know
mean?
if
We
he's
can
still
just walk
around,
out the
but
front door.
He was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad.
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh, shit. At least she gave me the codes.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
the car keys or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars.
Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way, a few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest.
Accident on the road, so he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speedrun. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
He got into a sewage pipe to avoid.
Why is the narrator subjected to the reverb of the sewer?
He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
Help! Are you okay?
Oh!
What can I do to help?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Probably not out there. For some reason, the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy, I want you to remember the school, at all.
What is that, Dad?
It's very important information.
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
Oh.
We got all his memories back.
And my daughter after all. My daughter. Wife.
Yeah. Her too. Yes.
On God.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
I'm gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was, it was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the subtypicus.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one.
Mira, who had an injury on her leg as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
Her emergency what button?
The side of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Meteorite-shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh.
What could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting war planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen.
Well, that was fun. You're about to see a grown 28-year-old man have a conniption, just a full-blown freak-out meltdown over a chicken nugget story. I'm sure a lot of you have seen and maybe even been keeping up with this McDonald's lawsuit where McDonald's is being sued because their chicken nugget was so hot it gave a young child second-degree burns when it was stuck to their skin for over 2 minutes. Not that it, welded to their skin or anything. It got lodged in between their leg and the seatbelt and was pressed against their skin for over 2 minutes while the mother was driving home. And McDonald's has now been found liable for this whole situation here, claiming that the nugget was cooked at over 200 degrees, it was dangerously hot, and there's a whole lot of nuance and moving parts of this. A lot of people are comparing this to the old McDonald's lawsuit where a woman sued over very hot coffee where she spilled it on herself and then sued for it, saying that it was way too hot, and she did win the case. These two are not related, and I am tired of coming in here like Ebenezer Scrooge to lay down the brass tacks. That woman with the hot coffee was a very different situation where there was a legitimate problem with the temperature the coffee was served at, where it was damn near fucking the temperature of the sun's surface. Like, they were serving liquid magma. So when she spilled it on herself, she legitimately disfigured herself. Like, it was a, debilitating burn. They were 3rd degree, served from the 3rd circle of hell. And she had to get, a skin grafting procedure in order to fix what happened. Like, it was a lot. Now, in this case with the chicken nugget, we're talking about 2nd degree burns. There is a wide range of difference between 2nd and 3rd degree burns. 2nd degree burns, in very severe cases, can of course be disfiguring to a certain extent, but mainly we're talking blisters. I mean, shit. When we did the Forged in Fire video and I was crafting the finest katana the East Coast has ever seen, I was like a well-oiled machine, a fucking samurai bladesmith. When I was hitting it with the hammer, one of the pieces of the molten metal bounced up and landed on my hand and temporarily fucking fused with me and burnt it the entire time. We are talking forging temperatures. I forgot exactly what that temperature is, the exact number, but it's well north of a chicken nugget, and that was a 2nd degree burn. And it was only a blister, and after 2 weeks it went away, and now you'd have no idea that I was ever even the victim of such a masculine injury, a fucking blacksmithing injury. And I was 27 at the time, I was a 27-year-old man. I don't have the same superhuman healing capabilities as a child. Children are like fucking Wolverine with adamantium coursing through their veins. They can instantly heal half of the injuries that would have an older person either dead or hospitalized in the ICU.
So I have no doubt that the child will probably be fine here, and I do understand and recognize that it's still a very emotionally distressing situation, but the fact that they're trying to say it's entirely McDonald's fault I think is beyond laughable. And I feel like such a fucking cuck going to bat to defend McDonald's like a free PR loser here for them, but my disdain for multi-billion-dollar fast food corporations is outweighed by my disdain for bad parenting, and I really feel like this is an issue of parenting. I think this is the mom's fault. Now I want to summarize my feelings instantly here so there's no confusion. If this chicken nugget had burned this young child in a matter of seconds after being exposed to her skin, then I would agree that something was wrong on McDonald's end where they were serving dangerously hot food and they would deserve to be held liable. If this chicken nugget had fallen onto her lap and given her second-degree burns within like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, even 30 seconds, I'd be like, okay, something's real fucking weird with the way they're cooking up those nuggets. Why are they so hot? That's way too hot, and that's unreasonably hot. But that's not what happened here. That's not the reality of this case. She received second-degree burns after having that chicken nugget pressed against her skin for over 2 minutes. That is a long time. So I don't think there was any hocus pocus with this nugget going on here. I don't think it was a higher temperature than the rest. It was just the only one that got pressed against her skin for such a long period of time. So of course it would cause some damage because of that. I don't think that has anything to do with the temperature. So let's break down the facts of the situation. The mother got their child a Happy Meal in 2019. The child was 4 years old at the time, and she allowed the child to eat in the car unsupervised. Unsupervised might not be the right word here because it's not like the child had like a, a fort in there, like a panic room where they were able to hide away from the mom. Like she could still see the child, but she was able to eat all by herself without the mom being able to do a whole lot to, help in the situation. And I feel like a child that young is not going to know that chicken nuggets are going to be extremely hot. So they're more than willing to just be a little loosey-goosey with some fresh fucking nuggies. And one wild component about this case that I don't see enough people mentioning is the fact that they even got hot chicken nuggies from McDonald's in the first place, because half the time you get served those, they're fucking ice cubes. So they already found a shiny Pokemon here in the fact that their chicken nuggies were even lukewarm, let alone boiling hot, I suppose. So, the 4-year-old gets the chicken nuggets, the mother is driving, and she spills the nuggets on herself. I believe they said about 6 nuggets. And one of them gets lodged between the seatbelt and her leg. And it gets pressed against her leg and starts burning her for 2 minutes with the child screaming the whole time. I think all of this is a big red flag against the mother here. One, letting the child handle hot food like this at such a young age without the mom being able to, help. It just seems a little irresponsible. And 2, taking over 2 minutes to remove a chicken nugget that's scalding your daughter. That seems like a ridiculously long response time. She probably could have dialed 911 and the fire department would have showed up faster to get it off. Unless she was driving on the interstate, I guess that might be a reason or an excuse, but I don't understand how she wouldn't have been able to at least just reach over and brush the nugget off of her daughter's leg. Or pull over and analyze the situation a little bit sooner. It just seems like a really long time. Now let's really dive into the weeds of the situation here. I'm not exactly an expert when it comes to burn science. We'd have to ask fucking Harvey Dent for more specifics, but let's start at the basics. A second-degree burn is classified as a mild to moderate burn, and it's the most common type of burn. Features of a second-degree burn include skin discoloration, blisters, shiny moist skin, pain, discomfort, swelling, and layers of skin peeling away. And I wanted to find information on what temperature foods can start to cause second-degree burns, but unfortunately all the data I was able to collect and find was about liquids and the temperature at which second-degree burns can occur. With liquids, adults can suffer third-degree burns starting at 150-degree water when exposed for only 2 seconds. And burns will also start to occur within a 6-second exposure to 140-degree water or within 30 seconds at 130-degree. So, second-degree burns, from all the data I can find, really start to take place at the 130-degree Fahrenheit mark when exposed for only seconds, literally 30 seconds. And then once you get above there, it's even more instantaneous and even more severe. That's when you start going from second to third degree when exposed for 150-degree Fahrenheit for 5 seconds, stuff like that. There's also this scald chart here, but keep in mind this is all liquid. So it doesn't exactly translate 1-to-1, but if you look here at 124 degrees Fahrenheit, when exposed for 2 minutes, you get second-degree burns. Now, there also is data on for hot pavement, and hot pavement at 130 degrees Fahrenheit can also start to give you second-degree burns pretty quickly as well. But I couldn't find anything for food temperatures. But let's look at some basics here. They're claiming that this chicken nugget had to be fucking going nuclear at over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, which to me just sounds unlikely.
that would basically be making a chicken nugget and having one of it saturated in pure fat frying oil that somehow gets locked in between the chicken and the breading. So it'd basically be like a gusher of chicken and oil. Because I feel like there's no way chicken itself wouldn't start to liquefy at that temperature. Most chicken is cooked at 165, so it's safe from salmonella. McDonald's is maintaining that it was served at the proper 160 Fahrenheit, which is still, of course, a safe temperature to serve chicken at. And from what I'm reading, no one ever really cooks chicken above 180. 180 is the highest temperature I've seen people cooking chicken, and they claim that it gets really juicy and kind of liquidy. So I imagine if you went into the 200 range, you'd basically get like a fucking chicken broth, like a fucking soup of chicken in the breading. So I just find it kind of unlikely that they'd somehow get a 200-degree nugget, because it already has to go through a long process as well, where it was probably sitting for a certain period of time. So it just feels like it probably would have cooled off anyway if they did cook it to 200 degrees, but I'm not going to write that off as impossible. It could just be extremely unlucky. But even then, if it really was 200 degrees, if that 200-degree nugget got pressed against her skin for over 2 minutes, I think she would have much more than second-degree burns. She probably would be looking at third-degree burns. Of course, that's extrapolating based off the liquid temperature chart for burns, so it's clearly not one-to-one, but even still, I think that's valuable data to give us some kind of baseline in comparison here. 200 degrees pressed against your skin for over 2 minutes, I definitely think that'd be third-degree, not second-degree burns. So what I think happened here is the nuggets were served at the right temperature, 160, which is still very hot. It's hot food, obviously. And it doesn't need to be like some kind of freak rogue chicken nugget that's 200 degrees that burnt her daughter. A normal, properly served chicken tender at 160 could still cause second-degree burns because it got locked against her skin, pressed against her skin firmly for over 2 minutes. I could take a chicken nugget, not even like a 160-degree nugget, like one that's been sitting out for a while, and if I clench my fist around it for 2 minutes, I would probably get second-degree burns too. Like, it doesn't have to be a freakishly hot nugget to cause that, at least not from everything I'm reading here. The problem wasn't that the nugget was too hot, the problem was that it got pressed against her daughter's skin for so long, causing the damage. So I feel like this is just a little silly to say it's McDonald's fault. And one of the things they're coming after McDonald's for is not making it crystal clear that hot food can be dangerous. On Thursday, the jury found McDonald's and franchise owner Upchurch Foods liable for failing to properly warn or provide reasonable instructions on the possible harm from the hot McNuggets dispensed at the Tamarack, Florida drive-thru. That's so embarrassing that we've reached the point that now we need fucking dumbass McDonald's to teach us that hot food can be dangerous. That's sad. Obviously, hot food can burn you. That's like the number one thing a human being learns extremely early in their life. Fucking cavemen knew that fire was hot. Fire equal burn, not good, don't like, ouchie. Like, I can't believe that now we're putting that onus on McDonald's to teach us that a hot food can be hurtful and cause pain when pressed against human skin for over 2 minutes. That is an unreasonably long period of time to experience continuous pain. I also didn't understand this portion of the case either. Ms. Holmes purchased 32 chicken nuggets that day, and the evidence will show that 31 of them was no problem. What do you mean? How would you even have that evidence that 31 of them were no problem? They would have cooled off by the time you start gathering the data on their temperature. And then it goes on to say that she has one burn, and that's the one location where the McNugget was trapped by the seatbelt for 2 minutes. No shit! Of all of the nuggets that fell onto her lap, the only one that caused damage was the one that was pressed against her skin. Fucking obviously, this isn't like a eureka moment like a smoking gun. Clearly it's that one. It's 200 degrees, it had to be. It's the only one that had any pressure applied to the skin for an extended period of time. All the other nuggets, I imagine, were brushed off or shaken off in pain, but this one got stuck between the seatbelt and her leg, and I'm guessing while screaming and panicking, she wasn't able to free herself from the pressure being exerted on the nugget and her skin. So that's obviously the one that's going to cause the injury, not the ones that are no longer burning her or anything like that. Fucking clearly. It's not like it instantly touched her skin and burned it. If it did, then I would totally agree that there was something very awry with the process here. If it was only against her skin for a matter of seconds, then I'd be like, oh yeah, McDonald's really fucked up here, because clearly there's no world where a nugget should be so hot that if it touches your skin for like 5, 6, 7 seconds, it should second-degree burn you. That's ridiculous. But when it's pressed against your skin for over 2 minutes, I would expect anything to burn you if it's even moderately hot food. So I think this whole case is just fucking ridiculous. I think it's silly. And honestly, some things are really weird about how long it took to respond to her child screaming in pain for over 2 minutes. Something about that rubs me the wrong way. There has to be a good excuse for it, like driving on the interstate or making it completely impossible for her to just reach over and, hit the nugget off her leg herself. I don't really know, but there's something about that component specifically that I find very odd. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because it's got me tilted, seeing a lot of people talk about it, and it's kind of divisive. It's not like everyone agrees on one thing or the other, but it's just so weird that they were actually found liable here and having to explain that they cooked their food hot to avoid foodborne illness like salmonella. People are starting to question why their food is hot to begin with. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be to start questioning why food is hot when it's served? There's a reason we cook our food and have been cooking our food for thousands of years now. I don't know why all of a sudden that's being called into question. So, yeah, I just wanted to go over this whole case. That's about it. So, yeah. I was going to wait a little while to talk about this because I have a sneaking suspicion this won't be the last desperate marketing attempt we'll see from this film. But I just can't resist the urge anymore. It's like trying to hold in a sneeze, just trying to fight my desire to make fun of what I just saw a couple days ago. To set the stage, Pixar has released a new film and it's become the second worst opening in all of Pixar history. It's looking to be a bit of a flop here. And there's a very good chance that you haven't even heard of the new Pixar film. It's called Elemental. It really flew under the radar. The marketing budget had to be like 5 popsicle sticks and like word of mouth. I don't really know what they were thinking here or expecting because most people didn't even know this was on the horizon here. There was about as much hype for Elemental as there is going to the DMV. Most people didn't even know it was coming, and the ones that did just didn't really care to go see it, so it's not performing super well. And it appears that the higher-ups at Disney are starting to panic. So they're dusting off the oldest tricks in the marketing book here to try and convince people that the film is popular and worth going to a theater to see, because a lot of people would probably choose to go to a fucking dentist's office as opposed to going to a theater to see Elemental right now. So they're trying everything. And that's when they came up with this absolute shining stinker of a viral marketing campaign idea.
Save it for the wedding. Hey! Yo, yo, yo!
Before finishing the clip, I just have to call this out immediately. This is a legitimate post from the official Pixar Elemental Twitter post saying, #Claude's got the whole theater rooting for him. Check him out in Elemental. And this is like supposed to be one of those POV things in a theater where sometimes you'll see a viral video during a big moment in a movie where someone gets their phone out to film the audience reaction, like, here's how the audience responded to Tony Stark coming back from the dead, and the crowd's going crazy like, whoa, yeah, Tony's back, wee! And it's supposed to like capture that moment. That's what they tried here with this film. This is supposed to be like authentic, like look at how hyped the crowd got to see Claude from Elemental. Which makes no fucking sense, because this film is brand new. It doesn't tie into anything. No one would know who the fuck Claude is going into this film. And yet, for some reason, we're supposed to believe that the entire audience just blew up? Like, this sounds like they just watched their home team win the Super Bowl. All just because they got to bear witness to Claude popping out of some pot? It just doesn't make any sense, but I love how they try to pass it off like, man, look at how everyone loves Claude. They can't get enough of Claude. Look at him go crazy. And then it's just like stock cheering sound effects you can find on like any royalty-free database for stock sounds ever. It's beautiful. Like, this reminds me of that Morbius clip where someone made a fake Morbius voiceover from the theater where they were filming the screen and then he says, "It's Morbin time." And the crowd goes like, yeah, yeah! And since barely anyone had seen that film since it was such a box office disaster, a lot of people actually believed that that line was in the movie. Even to this day, they still think that that clip that went viral is real. And he actually says, "It's Morbin time." I mean, sorry to ruin Christmas for you, that's actually not there. That was just made as a joke. Where it's supposed to be like, look at how great Morbius is. More billion fans all over the place. The biggest franchise of all time. And that was just supposed to be like a joke, like cheering thing for that line. That's not real. But Disney's taking that energy and trying to use it as an actual marketing arm for this film because it's floundering so hard in the box office. So let me just play the rest of it real quick before we go back to talking about it.
Anyway, June Bloom is coming, and you just got to be my date. Cause check it out. I'm all grown up. And I smell good.
What in tarnation? That's such an abrupt chaos ending there. That reminds me of like a scene out of a disaster movie. Like a Roland Emmerich film in like 2012 when an entire city blows up and everyone's screaming all at once before they all die. That is just like almost haunting. But anyway, yeah. The crowd's apparently going fucking nuts for Claude here. And I love that they even have like the stock baby giggle sound effect, like they pulled out all of the stops. This couldn't have taken more than 15 seconds to make, and it actually might have just been made by one of the higher-ups' child during like study hall at middle school. They're actually using it. They're legitimately trying to pass this off as a real thing and marketing for the film. I fucking love the caption, "The theater when Claude finally shows up in Elemental." Nobody knows who Claude is. Why would they be sitting there waiting on bated breath, counting down the seconds for the moment that Claude finally graces them with his presence? This is a complete new property, a new character they've never seen before. Why would they blow a gasket in excitement for it? This isn't like a moment in a beloved franchise or like a cameo fan service moment, you know, like Across the Spider-Verse where people will point at the screen and be like, "Oh, holy shit, that's Spider-Man Turbo X5 from that 2008 obscure fanfic Tumblr moment. They listen to us!" Ah! Like, no one's doing that for Claude. It's not happening. I also can't help but just love that they even go a step further. Instead of just like pretending that people gave a fuck about Claude, they then go even further where they start making like sound effects as like the spectators during the film. The most annoying audience reactions ever, such as like, "Ooh," when he's like flirting with the main character here, I guess. Like, nobody does that. Like, that's so rare. What the fuck? Just a complete brazen disregard for the audience intelligence to try and convince people that this is real it's admirable. I can't help but be impressed that they're actually trying this on TikTok, but I can't even blame them for trying. I don't even hold them at fault for this, because a lot of users on TikTok suffer from legitimate brain rot. That's going to be a studied phenomenon in 10 years. Mark my words. Put it on your calendar. 10 years we're going to be studying the effect that TikTok has had on the brain and the development of children and people across the world. One of the biggest goddamn trends on TikTok for a while, a couple years ago, was this, where it was like pretending that your hand just went through your other hand, and it blew so many people's minds. That one thing I just did right there has like 10 billion views across all the people that did it on there. So I do believe that this probably wasn't the worst idea for Disney Pixar, to try and convince them that like, oh man, people must really love Claude. I kind of want to get in on that hype. I don't want to feel left out. And look at how the audience responded to him. Claude must be fucking amazing. This is the second coming of Christ. I might need to get to a theater now to see this. Mom, Dad, let's go. We gotta go to the theater right now. Claude needs us. We gotta see Elemental. Quick, what's the next showing? I gotta get in on the hype. It might work. And maybe it has, because yesterday there was an article that came out saying that Elemental is actually making a bit of a resurgence in the box office. So it's still a massive net loss right now. It's got about 166 million total box office off of a $200 million production budget, which you usually double for marketing, but in this case, probably not. They didn't really market it much. So even still, it is in the red, but it's starting to bounce back a little bit. Thanks largely to Claude, I imagine. Claude's doing a lot of heavy lifting for this film, I guess. That just goes to show you the power of Claude. When you bet on Claude, you're guaranteed a win, it seems. Now, I know Mickey Mouse is going to public domain pretty soon. They're going to have to retire Mickey Mouse pretty soon for Disney. Maybe they'll just pick Claude as the next, like, actual Disney mascot. Like, the face of Disney might be Claude within the next couple of years. So I'm seeing a lot of potential with the character. We can clearly see how much people love Claude. Like, goddamn. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I fully admit there's a chance that I'm very wrong, and this is all a very real audience reaction to seeing Claude. Maybe that's just how we as human beings are programmed to respond to something as perfect as Claude, right? I haven't seen the film yet, but I gotta be honest, that marketing tactic's almost working on me. I kind of want to get over there real quick to see, you know, how great Claude is. He's not even the main character of the film, and I guess he really steals the show. But yeah, anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. I'm curious to see if they're going to do any other Hail Mary marketing plays for this film if it continues to not do well in the box office. So yeah, excited for that if it happens. That's about it. See ya. I remember the days when I was a young, naive little gremlin, still believing in things like the tooth fairy and the boogeyman and chocolate milk coming from brown cows. Which, by the way, according to a survey conducted by the U.S. Dairy Innovation Center, about 7% of Americans still believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, which comes out to about 16.4 million Americans believing that. Of course, take that information with a grain of salt. I don't know how that data was collected, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it's accurate.
Go on the platform formerly known as Twitter for more than 5 minutes and you'll realize that we have truly entered the stupid dimension. We are all citizens of Doofusville, and we're only getting more and more new neighbors coming in here. But what's causing all of this? It's like the Space Jam basketballs out there sapping away all of our intelligence. There is an idiot virus spreading and it's infecting the minds of so many. Where is it coming from? I'll tell you, god damn it. It's the darn internet, the cyberspace. They tried to warn us about Y2K, but we didn't listen. While it may not have been the end of the world, it was the end of all rational thought. What I want to talk about today is a story involving an 11-year-old who followed a YouTube fake kidnapping challenge prank and got herself arrested. And this is a very serious offense. It's a fucking felony that this child believed was just a good, fun prank because they watched it on YouTube. So I want to talk about that story and then expand the scope a little bit bigger to internet trends and internet content genres that are legitimately just poisoning people's minds and setting them up for failure for the rest of their life. Since kids have unfiltered access to the internet because most parents don't want to do their job of being a parent anymore, they just put that responsibility on the internet to raise their kids. The onus of raising a child is now on the internet to make sure that it's perfectly curated so a kid can just endlessly scroll through the iPad while their parents do something else and they expect the kid to grow up to be some successful, well-adjusted person, which I don't think is going to be the case. Which is just a sad situation all around. I don't even blame the kids. It's not their fault that their parents are absent and just sitting them in front of a screen for hours upon hours every day. But anyway, let me go ahead and get into the actual story here, and then we'll dive in a bit more.
The 11-year-old girl in this police body cam video is in a whole lot of trouble. She made a fake phone call to 911 saying her friend had been kidnapped. She later told cops she thought it would be funny. Well, they didn't laugh, admonishing her to never do this again.
The classic fake kidnapping prank. I can't believe the cops weren't laughing. Humorless, I tell you. Soulless, in fact. So, the fake kidnapping prank is a timeless classic on the internet. YouTube pranksters have been letting that one rip for many years now. For those that don't know, if the name wasn't a dead giveaway, you fake a kidnapping. Now, what a lot of kids don't realize is those pranksters that are doing that are faking the fake kidnapping. Everyone's usually in on it. The whole prank is fake. Most pranks online on TikTok and YouTube are faked for views, but children don't know that. Kids will believe pretty much anything they see or are told by someone that's older than them. You know, like St. Nicholas wiggling his ass down the chimney to deliver presents, you know? Like, kids aren't thinking that hard about what they're consuming online. So when they see a prank like that, they think that it's real and just like a good ha-ha, you know, side-splitting comedy thing, so this 11-year-old saw it and thought it would be a fun prank to do on their own.
She's accused of faking a kidnapping.
I'm not gonna do this again.
She thought it was funny and it was a joke and she couldn't get in trouble for it.
Police say the girl texted 911 to say that her friend had been abducted by a stranger in a white van.
Obviously, upon receiving texts about a kidnapping, the department responded, and it was all a complete fabrication. It was all a fib, a lie, a ruse. Which is really detrimental to like the entire community there because it's wasting valuable resources from the department. Should an actual emergency come through and they already have like fucking 20 patrol cars deep looking for this kidnapping victim that doesn't exist, you've got yourself a problem. Now people that are in desperate need of help might not get it because the department's already occupied taking care of this fake situation. It's something you just don't fuck with, really.
The girl who gave a fake name said she was following the van on the interstate in another vehicle. For the next 30 minutes, she gave updates on the supposed kidnapping. He is tying her up, went one text. He's armed with a gun, said another. Hurry up, please.
You can talk to your parents.
They say she fessed up. She stated that she got the idea to prank 911 through a YouTube challenge and thought it would be funny.
So she was texting the officers with a play-by-play like she was John Madden here going through the situation on like this high-speed pursuit, none of which was real, of course. And then when the officers tracked down the phone number that put in all of these texts, that's when they realized that it was all just a complete fucking lie. And the 11-year-old fessed up to the crime and said that she got the idea from a YouTube challenge. I've said for years, like a broken record, how awful most pranksters online are. Not just in terms of the content being turbo shit, but also just because it really will raise a generation of kids that think that that's acceptable and good and okay. Like, for a little while, I was also naive, thinking like, okay, maybe this isn't going to be something that people will try and emulate. There was a period of time where I thought to myself that, you know, most people have to know these pranks are fake, so they're probably not going to bother doing this unless they're trying to be an internet douchebag as well. But I've really changed my stance on that thanks to TikTok proving me wrong so often, where pranksters that are faking pranks or these trends that go viral really do have, like, young people following them and either hurting someone or getting themselves hurt or just doing really degenerate, awful things. It's become very clear that the internet content that children are consuming does have a very big impact on how they view the world and reality and what they find to be acceptable and okay, and just it does have a real effect on the direction that they might take in life, especially now with the obsession for attention. Everyone is vying for internet clout. And a lot of kids growing up want to be YouTubers. That's like one of the main dream jobs that children want. And when they see prank channels getting huge views, they will try and emulate it, and have tried to emulate it, and a lot of them never realizing that it's fake. So there's been many cases of them getting themselves or someone else hurt by trying to follow along with their favorite prank channels that they watched growing up. It's just an awful fucking cycle. I understand every internet prankster isn't a terrible person doing horrible things. I know this isn't every internet prankster, but you are eating some cinnamon toast cope if you don't think it's the majority of them. The vast majority of internet pranksters are like the orb of confusion from SpongeBob. When SpongeBob flips that bitch on and it just makes everyone around them dumber, that's most internet pranksters. Just this presence that makes everyone dumber for just even being exposed to it.
Her father was really upset.
You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
We had a massive police response. What happens if we crash into somebody and somebody loses their life?
The dad seems to really understand the gravity of the situation. He's not making any excuses for the behavior, at least not in this very short clip here. But he is right. This will be a lesson. And actually, I've mentioned this on stream before. This is a lesson I also learned when I was young, but not because of any prankster or any challenge that I followed when I was a kid. There was a point where we went to a pool for a field trip and there was a payphone nearby and we were just doing like fake calls to our friends and saying silly things. It was all make-believe. But what I didn't realize is 911's free on a payphone, so I dialed 911 and immediately started going into like silly things and making claims about the pool being like haunted or on fire or something. And they did show up. And boy, let me tell you, I felt fucking horrible. That was... My jaw has never hit the floor harder than when the police actually showed up with a fire truck. That was a huge lesson to me. I didn't mean to dial a false report, and I certainly would have never done that on purpose or as some kind of joke. I was dumb and had no idea that 911 was a free call. Point is, the dad is right. This will serve as an invaluable lesson, I imagine, and hopefully she'll never do any kind of shit like this again, and hopefully anyone else that sees this story will realize that it's just completely unacceptable and that pranks shouldn't just be, you know, taken at face value and followed along with at home.
The child was charged with making a false police report, which is a felony, and misuse of 911. That's a misdemeanor.
So it does actually sound like they are charging her with a felony and misdemeanor for this situation here. So this is a very big deal. That's a lot of trouble to get in over a YouTube challenge. Now, interestingly enough, this isn't the only fake kidnapping that happened even just over the last 2 weeks. A massive case of a fake kidnapping. I talked about it on stream, but I haven't talked about it in a video. I was waiting for like the whole thing to kind of wrap up, but I'll just go ahead and mention it here because it's very much in line with what happened with this. There's a woman named Carly Russell who led police on a wild goose chase about a kidnapping that never happened. She stated that she saw a toddler on like the side of the interstate and then like pulled over to try and you know, help save the toddler and then ended up getting kidnapped for a couple days. And it turned out to be all just complete baloney, just absolute horseradish. Nothing about it was true. She even admitted it was all a lie, but she hasn't been charged yet. So I'm wondering when those charges are going to come, especially now since the precedent is being set that any kind of like false reports, especially something that requires a massive department response like a fucking kidnapping, is going to be a, you know, no punches pulled kind of situation. Like they're charging the 11-year-old here, so I imagine she's also going to get charges as well. It's just a matter of time. But this is just a fucking crazy situation we're in, where so often now these YouTube challenges and pranks and trends are getting people hurt, killed, or ruining their lives. It's fucking sad. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. Yeah, it's only been a couple days since I talked about the NPC TikTok live streaming trend, and it is completely out of control now. It's spreading faster than the bubonic plague, and it's significantly worse for your health. It is tragic that this is the state of entertainment now. I don't blame any of the streamers hopping on this trend because it's an infinite money cheat code right now. This is a non-stop avalanche that's only gathering more and more steam, but instead of it being an avalanche with snow, it's an avalanche with doubloons. This is legitimately free money because people, for some reason, are just throwing all of their allowance, all the schmeckles from their pockets at every single TikTok streamer that's doing this NPC trend. I'm confident all of you have heard and seen this trend by now, but just in case, I'll introduce you to the patient zero that started this NPC streaming outbreak.
Grab, fire, meow, hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl, let me write it, huh? Aw, thank you, Fruity, I love you. Balloon. That was good. Coconut. Hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Grab.
This is Pinky Doll, and with the rate at which she's growing from this trend, she'll end up being more well-known than the Bible at this point. She has exploded from this. 50,000 viewers during her most recent NPC stream, and apparently, according to reports, eyewitness accounts, she went for 5 hours of doing that non-stop. Can never fault the work ethic there. That is some fucking iron will. That is a certified top 10 anime never give up moment right there. 5 hours of just repeating the same emotes forever. Literally just spamming taunts in a fighting game for 5 hours like this. That's not easy. That's beyond mind-rotting. But that's where the money's at right now. She has blasted a new market wide open here with weirdos that want to watch NPC streams forever. So it's really smart from her to capitalize off this, especially considering I imagine it won't last for too much longer. This is absolutely one of those lightning in a bottle situations. I would be shocked. And I've been wrong before. It's rare, but I have been wrong, like the time I thought I got bit by a bat watching Jurassic World in theaters, and it turned out I had just fallen asleep and had a nightmare. Point is, I have been wrong. And I don't think I'm wrong here. I believe this trend will probably fizzle out and die like a sad little wet fart within about another week or two. 2 at most. I just really don't envision a world where kids will continue to keep coming back to these because it's the same thing every single time. Though, I'm going to go ahead and argue with myself here. On the flip side of that coin, kids do just endlessly loop Finger Family videos and Elsa making out with Spider-Man shit and you know, Crazy Shark or whatever his name is. Left Shark, I think is what it is. Baby Shark. Christ. Like, they do subject themselves to the exact same things on repeat forever, so maybe this will have legs for quite some time. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it's smart from Pinky Doll to keep striking while the iron is hot, because she is making a fat stack of cash from all of this here. And again, she's not alone. This has become the biggest trend right now. Either people hopping on ironically and then still doing it for like hours and then doing it multiple streams, or just people fully shamelessly copying and doing exactly what she does. If you go on TikTok and just scroll through live streams, pretty much all of them are this. There's been a bunch of videos posted of it, so I'll just show you clips from a couple of them that keep floating around, and people that just scroll through TikTok lives, and it's literally every single one of them doing NPC streams.
Guys, thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. The roses. 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 Roses.
The clip goes on for a lot longer, but I want to quickly interrupt before getting back to it. That roses to roses true combo there was actually fucking wild. That wasn't planned or anything from the person who posted this, I don't think, because they were just scrolling, I believe. So that just happened naturally. Like, that's how formulaic the NPC streams are. They're pretty much the same thing, just repeated forever. And they all generate a lot of attention from the audience, like thousands upon thousands of viewers for pretty much every creator that's hopping on board, as well as a ton of money, because again, the trend is NPCs acting out their emojis that people are donating. So they're getting donated roses, so it's smelling the roses. Roses! 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 Oh, roses! 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 Like, across the board forever. It's always the exact same shit for everyone doing it, and it's highly successful for them. And the audiences, for some reason, find it very entertaining and satisfying, which is concerning. It's the perfect illustration of just how bad for the human attention span TikTok is. Like, this is some fucking embarrassing shit for the future generations here. Because this content, the NPC streams, is basically just resetting the human brain to default factory settings. It's making you devolve to baby brain. Watching this is like watching parents play peekaboo with their baby. Peekaboo? Peekaboo? And then the audience is like, every time. Every single time, even though it doesn't change. It's fucking wild.
Hello, I'm AI.
Rebooting. System rebooting. Thank you for your...
GG. Thank you for the share.
Life.
Queen Slane. Hi, Zaza.
A couple of those were scrolled to a little too quickly to really recognize that they were NPC streams, but they were. Like, if you slow it down, like one of them that went by really quick, they did have the hair iron out with the kernel in it, popping individual popcorn, just like Pinky Doll does in the NPC streams. Everyone on TikTok is trying to get in on this infinite money glitch. And the content itself is legitimately just perpetual stimulation, jingling keys, making as much noise as possible, as often as possible. And it's working. You can see how effective it is, which is so fucking sad. Again, not for the people doing it here, because it's a free bag, and basically they just have to be the little clown honking their nose in order to make the children laugh by saying the same shit every single time for emojis that come through in the donations. I don't really get it. I'm not a fucking psychologist here, but if I was to spitball a guess, maybe this is like an audience of people that didn't get a lot of attention growing up, like their parents didn't play peekaboo with them, or Here Comes the Airplane with their vegetables, and seeing someone do something similar is kind of filling that missing piece in their soul, and that's why they keep coming back every single NPC stream and watching and donating to all of them. That would be my guess, but again, I can't really sit here and psychoanalyze every single spectator of this new sport and try and understand the inner machinations of their complex noodles out there. It's a little beyond my pay grade. I don't fully understand it, but I respect the people that are on the grind making a ton of money off of a wacky trend like this. I've also heard a lot of other people refer to this as an NPC fetish, which again could be true, maybe, I suppose. That there's maybe some merit to that claim, but I'm also not a fetish scientist, so I'm pretty in the dark on that one too. But regardless, one thing that's inarguable, it's extremely successful, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only growing in popularity. But again, I do think that its days are numbered. I don't think it's going to last that much longer, so anyone that's on the NPC trend, you gotta stick this shit out for as long as possible. Fucking grip it as hard as you can in order to just continue to squeeze it for a little extra juice. Also, I mentioned that it's not easy to do this because it's not. Like, it's super simple, but it's not easy. It's many hours of just repeating yourself forever. But what I am surprised I haven't seen more of, and maybe it's just because I don't watch the NPC streams, I only see what gets posted online for the frequency of it. What I'm surprised that more people aren't doing is just recording maybe like 15 minutes of you going through all of these emotes like, thank you, fire, fire, gang gang, gang gang, gang gang, all of that. Do that for maybe 10 minutes, and then just loop the video on a TikTok live stream. TikTok live streams are filled with fucking scams already. It's a fucking cesspool of scams. And one of the scams that people do is fake live streams where they just loop a video like that. I'm surprised people haven't been doing that for this trend, especially considering how easy it would be to do that. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be sitting there and recognizing like, oh, they didn't react to the roses. Oh my god, they didn't react to the dumbbell. Wait a minute, this is fake. And even if they did, what are they going to do about it? TikTok doesn't shut that shit down.
They haven't shut down any of the scam streams, so I'm just surprised that that hasn't become more prevalent with this trend, but maybe it's just because I haven't been paying that much attention to the actual streams. Maybe this is super common and most people are faking it. That's very possible, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it is completely fucking out of control with how big this has become. That's about it. See ya.
Hey, welcome back to another happy news segment, amazing news. We're basically the frown elimination force here to assassinate your bad mood with positive stuff. I'm joined, of course, by Matt, bubbly as ever.
Yep, great to be here, Chuck. I was just telling him before the show, while looking through the news, there was so much negativity that I'm happy to have a segment where we can bring you smiles and laughter and have your, as Aaron would say, mouth grinning ear to ear.
Amen, Matt. The first story is one that's actually kind of controversial, but not really. It's about a man named Brian Johnson. He's a tech multi-millionaire. He sold one of his companies a while back for like 800 million, just absolute oodles of doubloons. And since then, he's dedicated his life and all of his money to trying to find the cure to aging. So he recently went through a multi-generational blood transmission, or tri-generational blood swapping treatment. So basically taking his teenage son's plasma, taking his plasma, and then getting his dad as well, and they just kept swapping blood back and forth. And he's got a whole team of doctors with him that are constantly monitoring him. He calls himself the most monitored man on the planet. His research is super interesting, albeit a little divisive because he's a bit of an oddball. He's a wacky kind of guy. He's got some interesting theories.
He's quirky.
He's very quirky.
He's a quirky guy.
But overall, I think it's a net positive thing that he's spending, I think, over $2 million a year researching anti-aging methods as well as all kinds of cutting-edge science and treatments just to see what works. He's trying to pursue the fountain of youth.
Yeah, weird parts, but I agree. He's doing good as long as he shares the research.
Yeah, and he's got a company that apparently posts everything that he learns and discovers for free for people to access.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So that's pretty cool if that's true.
Yep.
He could be lying, though.
He could.
I don't know him personally.
All of this could be a lie. I don't know the doctors.
He could be like an actual fucking vampire.
Yeah, I do think he looks like a vampire. That's what I was saying. Yeah. A humane society in Kansas set out with a goal to raise $2,000 for things like vaccinations, food, and microchipping for their animals, and they did it in a very unique way. They took a note from everybody selling feet pics and making millions of dollars online, and they promised for every $100 donated, they would post feet pics or toe bean pics of their animals, like their cats, dogs, and a few other exotic animals. This crushed their initial goal of $2,000. They raised $8,000 by the end of it, and we got pictures of falcon feet, cat feet, dog paws, penguin feet, everything you could want is there, and the internet's losing their minds over it. So overall, it was a huge success, and they ended up raising more than they ever set out to.
Yeah, it sounds super adorable. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and take a look at a few of the pictures of the feet that you could buy.
Oh, they're still selling it? It wasn't like a one-time
I don't
thing?
know, that you could have bought. Look at the feet. There you go.
Now it's time to drag you kicking and screaming into the future. A cyclist named Gert van Oskum suffered an accident 12 years ago that left him paralyzed, but thanks to advancements in modern medical technology, he's been able to start to walk again thanks to the brain-spine interface, the BSI, which has remained stable for a year, allowing Gert van Oskum to stand, walk, climb stairs, and traverse complex terrains, according to a study published Wednesday in the journal Nature. In the latest study, the research team restored communication between Oskum's brain and spinal cord with a digital bridge. Oskum participated in 40 sessions of neural rehabilitation throughout the study, and he said he's now able to walk at least 100 meters or more at once, depending on the day. Now, according to one of the researchers at the Institute, they said, "We've captured the thoughts of Gert van Oskum and translated these thoughts into a stimulation of the spinal cord to reestablish voluntary movements." That's fucking awesome.
What it sounded like when I was reading through it is literally like that digital bridge. It's like they've got one part in the brain and one part in the spine. talking to each other and like controlling its movements.
Well, Chase said it best. It really does sound like what Doc Ock made in Spider-Man 2.
But yeah, no, that's absolutely crazy tech, and it
Yeah.
does say that the next step is to miniaturize the hardware so that it can be more functional like throughout the day. But that's crazy results.
Yeah, it's huge.
And I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, congratulations to the research team out there, and that's awesome for Gert Jan Oscom as well. It's amazing. Here's a story to make you go, aw. Platypus population was thought to have been vanquished due to a chemical spill, but they've now been relocated to the Royal National Park in Sydney. It's been about 50 years since they thought they had left, disappeared, but now they're home, baby. They're bringing it back.
And I'm glad they are.
We're all glad they are.
So yeah, now you can watch this little video of them being released back into the water of their Sydney Royal National Park.
Welcome home, little guy.
That's actually adorable.
Yeah, it's super cute.
I love the video. It was just him scurrying and he disappeared forever. Oh.
Look how excited he is.
I would be too if I was stuck in a waterway for 60 years.
50 years.
50 years.
They're
I don't know
wishing
that I've
him well.
ever seen a platypus before.
I've only seen it in cartoons.
Yeah, I've seen Perry. So summer's here. I've been feeling the heat. How about you?
Oh, yeah.
It's been rough, but you know one thing you're not going to have to worry about anymore? Shark attacks. A sophisticated app has used artificial intelligence to help forecast shark attacks and where they're going to happen with an 89% accuracy rating. All right, so the risk of a shark attack is 1 in every 3.7 million swimmers, which I will say is even better news than this app being made. You basically have nothing to worry about. So you have zero reason to be scared of shark attacks. And this app is going to help you have even less of a reason. And on top of that, the project is crowdfunded and sending portions of profits, I think it's 5% of profits, to ocean cleanup efforts. But yeah, I really do think the biggest takeaway from this story, that's a great use of AI amidst all the bad horror stories coming out.
I do wonder if that's like shark attack deaths or just general shark attacks.
Doesn't that seem really low?
Because that does seem shockingly low. I know it's rare to get attacked by a shark, but I mean...
But no, I would still say that is wonderful news.
That they're not common.
Yeah, very uncommon. Great work with the AI. Finally, somebody's using it for something other than like porn and stealing artwork.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I think sharks are more afraid of you than you are of them.
I'd have to agree with that.
Or that could be alligators, one of the two.
Do we?
We're going off book
I'm
here.
ready.
We're going rogue. I watched a video about a man who got his arm ripped off by an alligator after peeing into a lake behind a bar a couple days ago. And there just happened to be like a couple of good Samaritans around there that administered like a tourniquet. One of them just had like a rubber tourniquet that he like pulled out of his magic bag of tricks. So he was able to like stop the bleeding, which obviously saved his life. Medical professionals came, saved him. And then they interviewed him the following day. He's like, yeah, I don't remember anything, but you know, I lost an arm, but I still got my life, which is cool.
The image popping in my head, because I'm assuming the way you explained it, it's like bar, lake behind the bar, so he's peeing. An alligator snuck up on him.
Yeah, no, like it was,
and took off his arm.
That was Sam Fisher of that pond for sure. He said like he lost his balance and fell in, and then the next thing he knew, he was waking up in that hospital bed.
Okay, so maybe he fell in, and that's when he
That must have been.
It didn't like Pink Panther up to him and
No,
pop
I don't
it right
think so.
off.
But the good news is that he's been very high spirits. The right people were there in order to tourniquet him and save him. So yeah, that's good news. We have another great news segment for you. Burger King just released a Spider-Man burger, and other good news, a lot of Burger Kings recently shut down. So that's something to celebrate.
A lot of them.
A
And
lot of Burger
that
Kings.
is, I mean, think of the hearts of the human population. They're all getting healthier. And what's this? We go live now to our field reporter, Aaron, who's live on the scene.
Putting his life on the line?
Yeah, God.
Hey Patriots, I'm here at Burger King. I'm trying out the all-new Spider-Verse Whopper that I've heard so much about. I know typically for these sorts of things, you just fucking get them how they come, however they want it. I was not gonna let Burger King do that to me. The last thing I was gonna do is put a Burger King vegetable in my body. This is more of a wake than it is like a food review. It's like a funeral procession for the palate more than anything. I just finished a nice workout, and I'm sitting here in my fucking blistering hot car. There's nothing here on this planet I would have wanted to put less in my body than this bad boy right here. This shit tastes like actual dog ass. It doesn't even want to stay in the bun. It's hatching like a skate. If I hold it like this, it's hatching a skate plant as we speak. As far as Burger King goes, that wasn't the worst. It's still a bad burger. It's still I didn't want it in my body. My body doesn't like it. But overall, pretty fucking good burg for Burger King. I find it hard to fathom that Sony Pictures couldn't have found a better restaurant for this.
Well, no surprise from Burger King on the quality of that burger there. I'm just happy to hear it's not the worst thing they've ever made, or we would have needed a coffin for Aaron.
Yeah, and that's a sweaty guy, let me tell you.
That is a hot, he's taking the hot car challenge.
Yeah, I'm proud of him. Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, welcome to Chelsea's Cute Creature Corner.
This is Thadeen.
Hey.
Oh, she's mic'd up, you're fine.
Oh, she's like made out of chrome.
Yeah, so this is Thadeen. She is a rosy boa, which is one of the 2 boas that are native to the U.S., the other one being the rubber boa, and both of those boas are found in the western part of the U.S. and Baja California, Mexico.
Nice.
She is considered a coastal boa because of her, or rosy boa because of her modeling, but usually you can kind of see they have 3 lines that run down their body, and that's how you can tell what they are.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about snakes. All I know is that those little bastards convinced Eve to eat that apple in the Garden of Eden and lost their legs for it.
Well, this is not the same kind of snake. She is a boa, so she's a constrictor. A cool fact about boas too is that they don't lay eggs. They have live births. These particular snakes birth 2 to 10 snakes, and their gestation period is about 4 months. Thadeen in particular apparently is very slow. Slower than normal. They are one of the slower snakes. She's 10 years old, but she's also a little bit slow in the head, I've heard. Takes her a minute to kind of find her rats in her cage.
You and me both, Thadeen.
She looks nice.
But yeah, would you like to hold her? She might try and like play with your hair a little bit.
No, she can. I'll give her.
They don't bite.
I'll give her one of these.
Just don't boop her snoot.
Yeah,
there you go. So they don't bite. Yeah, super docile. Usually the only reason why they would bite is because they think that you're food, which is one of the reasons why you wash your hands before you hold them, and also just to make sure you don't give them any diseases. You want to hold her?
Somebody's got to hold her.
You can feel how strong she is. She's super slow moving.
I'm not worried about getting yuckied out or anything. I don't want to hurt her.
And she'll probably kind of go through your hand a little bit. She likes to move forward.
Wait, stay with me, Chelsea. Stay with me.
You
gotta support her head here.
She'll support her own head. Yeah. So that is pretty cool. They are boa constrictors, so they constrict, which actually kills by blood pressure and not suffocation, like a lot of people think.
Oh, that's cool.
Any chance you'd put my hat on me that you made for me?
Oh yeah.
We've been planning this segment for a while.
Yeah, look at that. That's some good news.
Oh, wow.
Maybe she thinks you're his mommy.
And the good thing is she did just poop 2 days ago, so she won't poop on you. That's kind of the only thing you'd have to worry about.
Does she only shit like once a week?
They poop after they eat, and they eat every 3 to 4 weeks once they're adults. Sometimes they'll eat a little bit more. She's a cool, very friendly beginner pet. They are a little bit difficult to find, but you can find them online. Just make sure if you do get animals, you're getting them from reputable breeders and not taking them from the wild. We don't need to do that. Yeah, but you can feel how strong she is.
Thadeen, what do you have to say about this?
Actually getting close, honestly.
She might try to bite that, actually.
Yep.
She might think the way her tongue is going, she probably thought that was food. They're not, like I said, these aren't particularly the smartest snakes, and apparently Thadeen is really not smart at all when it comes to her speech.
Thanks for stopping into the studio, Nadine. All right, Thadeen. Jesus, that's crazy.
This is why we can't have critters in here.
She's got a weird name. She's got one of those like French names.
Yeah, that one's a hard one to pronounce. I don't.
Well, that about almost concludes our stories for today, but just want to wish some very happy birthdays to some special butterflies out there.
Good friends of ours.
Mike Myers.
Yep. Happy birthday. Keep on keeping on.
The Love Guru.
Yep. The one and only. What else did you
Wayne's
do?
World.
Wayne's World.
Austin Powers.
That's the one.
Shrek.
Wow. Wow. Not that one. And then, of course, the other one and only Roman Reigns, who I'll call you back later on making the move to the MWL. Sorry, we've been a little busy, but we're excited to have you.
Lots of paperwork, but he'll be here in the studio one day.
Yeah, please don't sue us, Vince. It was a joke. So, yeah, that's great news. Good news, everybody.
That's all the good news for this week.
Yep. Everything else is bad, so we'll see you in a couple weeks.
You watch Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems, like, really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just, like, actually uninteresting. Assassin, the First List. Oh, man. You gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Or endings in life, only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. These games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin, the First List. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Like how wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly, the target name was Ozma bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh wait, you're right, it is Ozma. It's Ozma bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! What? It's so dark, I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright, alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up, get up. Oh god, oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Understood, understood. I'm gonna be honest, this difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no, 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 oh no, 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 no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no, Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. I'll sneak. That's worthless. That's worth. I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick, misclick. Grenade, grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Huh. More, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Oh. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road. And then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh God. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow.